I'll tell you when I see it on your page.
Yeah,
Refreshing.
it says like upcoming. Did they always do that? It says upcoming for like 10 minutes.
All right, got it.
Alright, okay, well, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Minute channel. And today we'll be doing the Persona 5 Royal podcast with my guest. So, you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Go ahead.
No, then we have to decide. All right, we'll go like I guess counterclockwise to make it easier then, or whatever direction I'm in. Hi, I'm
Alright,
Spencer from the Shin Megami Tensei Network. I'm being rude and going first.
alright, David, go ahead.
So my name is David, as you just said. Just started my channel like a month ago. So David Cass, I'm doing Shin Megami Tensei's and Persona videos, especially. Glad to be here, man.
Alright,
And
go ahead.
and I'm Skull, and I run the fan site, which is a YouTube channel mostly about Sega, Atlas, and Persona. And I'm also on Twitter talking nonstop about about the series.
Yeah, I see your post on Twitter quite a bit. Alright, guys, so go ahead and just go ahead and talk about the stuff here. A lot to talk about. I have a ton of notes, so yeah. Alright, so talking about Persona 5 Royal, which is being out for about a month and 6 days now. And
It feels like a year. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it feels like a long time, especially for me. I originally played the Japanese version of the game, and then I did about 3/4 of the game, and then I was like, you know what? I can't read Japanese. My understanding of Japanese is like like a middle schooler, so it's not very like I understand enough, but not enough to kind of comprehend the whole story. I was like, I'm gonna take a break. I wanna wait for it to come on in English. And when I played it, I was like, man, I have to do these dungeons again. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. So, what do you guys? What was your perception as far as the what? How would you rate the game, or I say review it in a digit number?
Oh, let's try the digit numbers.
So I already have an answer, I guess, if everyone kind of wants a second to think, because even though in my like 30-minute Gabathon review that I did on my channel, I blatantly didn't do a score, but I've been asked before, but people are like, okay, well, if you had to number it, what would you do? Mine is like, and I thought about this long and hard, I'd just have to give it like a straight 8, which is like hilarious because it's still a pretty good score, but I feel like would probably be like one of the lowest out there.
Okay, yeah, like I mean, I see that, and you know what? Some of my viewers have mentioned that same score to me. The way that I do my scores is very different from what other people do it. I actually break it down in different sections. I do story. I rate each individual thing, then I add everything together and give a score, which is the average of all 4 scores. So I did story, I did characters, I did gameplay, and performance of the game. So story, I gave it an 8. I thought that the story, and we'll talk about it in detail, but I was severely disappointed with the my expectations for the story were not there, because originally I gave the original game a 10 out of 10. I thought it was a perfect game, but I thought there was a lot of issues with the story, but I was willing to overlook it looking at Persona 4 and other previous games, right? So I was like, okay, the story wasn't really strong, but it was still really good. But looking at it a second time, as a remake, I thought that I needed to be a little bit harsher on the story. I gave gameplay a 9 out of 10. I thought it was. No, I'm sorry. I gave characters a 9 out of 10. I thought that a lot of the new characters had new additions that I really liked, like obviously Kasumi and or I should say Sumire. I guess we're doing spoilers, so it doesn't matter, right? And then
Oh, hey, if you can Google her name and the wiki for Sumire pops up, you don't need to apologize. I'm more amazed that anyone who was excited about Kasumi did not get spoiled.
yeah, right. I actually made a video about that, and I was like, guys, do me a favor, don't Google Kasumi. If you're like, I made this video, and I was like, don't Google Kasumi, because I knew people were gonna be spoiled right away. And Takuto were really good additions. I really liked what they did with Akechi. We'll talk about this in detail more. But I feel like some of the previous characters weren't as worked on. And I feel like if they had done this, maybe what they did with Akechi in some kind of sense with other characters, it would have really helped the game. Some of the confidence felt really tired, and like no addition to them whatsoever, and it kind of just didn't add to the experience there. So I give it a 9 out of 10. And then gameplay and performance, I give it a 10 out of 10. The game ran really well on, compared to the previous Persona 5. At least, performance-wise, it didn't have any issues. And it looked really good, too. Gameplay, I liked a lot of the new additions when it comes to gameplay. So that's why I gave it a 10. So overall, it was like a 9.25. I rounded it up to a 9.5. But story, the story really kind of like, it took a hit there from there for me.
I think by giving it like a score out of 10, is just because you have to think like, do you want to compare it to the vanilla version, or you want to look at it from like it's a unique game, like not looking at the original version.
Right, I see what you mean, and that's something that I have that I want to talk about in this. This is something that I have planned for here. So I totally hear you. It's pretty unfair to look at the game without looking at vanilla version of it. And I really tried to do it. When I was doing my game, I was like, okay, how can I look this objectively without looking, I'm kind of bitching about some of the stuff that is in the game. Like, there's some really good stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to be comparing and contrasting the entire time that I'm playing a game.
That's really interesting to me that you felt the need to like try and do it as much with like a fresh pair of eyes as possible. It was like the polar opposite, where like every review I felt that I've seen for the most part is it felt like they were reviewing the original game again. And since I had just beaten vanilla right before going into Royal, I had like almost like extra critical eyes in terms of like not like being more harsh on things, but more just being like, okay, what exactly has changed and what has exactly stayed the same.
Right. Yeah, I think that was everybody's mentality when it comes to this game, because this is, let's face it, this is a remake, or so to speak. So I think when you look at it that way, it makes sense. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, there's so many people.
I feel like though we should kind of like pick our brains, because I'm curious what you guys view it as like a remake. I almost am kind of in the sense of like, I view it as just like a remaster, like what you with like TMS Encore, or like when games from PS3 got brought up to PS4. Like, I'm kind of in the remaster camp more than the remake.
That's a big debate right now on YouTube. I've seen a lot of discussions and podcasts on the platform discussing what's a remake versus what's a remaster. For me, I'd have to agree, Spencer, on that front. Like, I think P5R is more of a remaster and like the definitive version of the original, more than like a complete remaster or complete overhaul of the game.
Right, and I think you bring up kind of like my segue into my next topic that I wanted to talk about. But I wanted to hear if anybody had any score. I think somebody didn't have anything else to add there.
I'm good. I don't really have a number in mind, honestly. I think we're good.
Well, Skull, what's your number? I'm trying to know.
Mine's 9.5.
Yeah.
I think it was really good. It didn't fix everything, but it fixed a lot of the problems that I had with the first one, so I left it feeling pretty satisfied. In terms of like remaster, I was joking about it actually when I was streaming the Japanese version, that it's kind of like Ultimate Marvel or Pokemon Platinum, where it's like an updated re-release.
I think that's the best way to look at it. It's the way that makes the most sense. Except that I feel like Atlas has been doing a pretty bad job as far as like marketing this game properly.
Oh,
no.
I could talk about that for like 40 minutes.
Atlas doing a bad job at marketing. Get out of town.
I feel
like the Japanese marketing and the English marketing were like the polar opposites of each other.
Oh my god!
Where Japanese would give away too much, and English would give away next to nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, we literally, I counted the trailers. I think we got like a total of 3 trailers, and cuts of the action. In the West, we got 3 trailers with some cuts of the gameplay instead of like actual trailers.
Yeah, for some reason, they didn't even want to mention that Maruki was a new character. Like, they barely referenced him in any trailer.
Yep. Yeah, I honestly expected more from that end. I expected them to focus more on also the fact that this was the first fully translated game in multiple languages. And other than a couple posts on Twitter, I didn't really see a kind of
That
lean.
was really disappointing, yeah, because
Yeah.
the eFigs support English, French, Italian, German, Spanish. That is so big, and the fact that, like, honestly, even my review, I didn't mention it just in the sense of I'm not really here to like rate the translation, or I kind of wanted like other networks and other places out there, like the Velvet Network, to kind of like, hey, if this is your primary language, like let your audience kind of know about it. Like the fact that none of their initial marketing, I think it's really apparent that saw the underwhelming response from that December reveal when they gave us the release date with the hashtag Wear Your Mask event. I think it's really telling that less than a week later they announced the eFig support. It was like, okay, well, we need something else that's gonna like be a lot of positive, because like out of all the changes, there's nothing bad you can say about it. Like even if the translations aren't like the best of quality, the fact that they are at least doing that now is a really good first
I mean,
step.
that's a big thing because there is a huge market in Latin America and Europe that they don't even touch on. So that was one of the biggest things that I wanted to kind of like. I did a wish list maybe like a year ago when they announced Persona 5, which at the time I didn't know if it was gonna be Persona 5 like a sequel or whatever. So I was like, all right, these are the things that I want. One of those things was get this game translated in other languages. I'm natively a Spanish speaker, so when I saw this, I was like, okay, this is good. And I mean, it was a okay job translating. I don't think it was extremely good. I talked to other people that talk German and French, and they all had like different issues with it or whatever. But overall, I mean, this was a good job. I mean, this was the first translated game in so many other languages, and it was barely advertised. I was very disappointed.
Did you
with this.
guys see how many people were set to translate the entirety of the game in each language?
No, I did not see on that. How was the numbers on that?
In the credits, you have 2 people who worked on each language each.
Oh wow.
2 people had to read, proofread, and implement into the game German, Italian, Spanish, and French.
No wonder why it takes 10 years to localize a game from them.
Oh man, what about you, David? I know you live in Canada, so I know that it's French speaking there. Did you hear anybody from
Not
the French speaking
that
side?
much, honestly, because I always play my games in English, especially those type of games. My friends are doing the same, so I didn't honestly I did not know before that P5 was in French, was playable in French, so I had no idea.
Oh well, that just
Shows
proves
how
my
good
point,
marketing
rather.
was.
Yeah, exactly. It just proves my point, rather.
Yep.
All right. So moving from there, I do want to talk about the overall reception as far as, did you think Persona 5 Royal was worth it as an addition, as a remake, or should have been more of a DLC kind of thing? I know this is a discussion that we can go on for hours about.
Yes, we can.
But I think it's something that we need to talk about.
I don't
Honestly-
think that it could be
Yeah, you go.
DLC.
Mm,
That
I think it's
it's
too
not
big.
it's not as simple as the journey and the answer, where like they feel significantly separated. Like the changes that were made for Royal affect the base game, at least in terms of gameplay. Like story, you can argue whether or not the added scenes were necessary, but I think the gameplay changes enough. At least I'm not going to say they justify it at full price, but I'm going to say it justifies it enough that it wouldn't work as a DLC pack.
Yep. I'd have to agree
Yeah, I
for
think
that one at least.
I think in a sense it kind of makes sense. I think the changes in the first 3/4 of the game, not talking about the last palace, were good, but I don't think that it was enough to merit a whole remake. Like this could have been DLC. I do believe that, and I know it's different from what you guys thinking, but other than gameplay other than gameplay fixes, which they did a ton of in this game, I
Are
feel
you
like.
talking?
Go ahead.
Sorry, are you all talking about only for the story, or because
I'm
there's all
talking
the
about-
other additions like
Right.
the elements
There's
and the battles and the...
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like other than the main fixes when it comes to gameplay, because let's face it, Persona 5 Royal made Persona 5 a much better gameplay wise. It just has so many implementations when it comes to the grappling hook, or even the battles, their technical attacks. I mean, there's a whole list of things that we can go on about when it comes to gameplay fixes that they did.
I actually kind of want to. I want to at least put my foot in here because I'm a bit of the weirdo in the sense of. I actually think I'm a little split. I think this game should have made the third semester from the start. as long as they were releasing this on the same generation it launched on last time. I've talked to so many people who have said, hey, I'm interested. I've heard all the praise about the third semester and the new characters. I just don't want to commit to replaying what is essentially a lot better version of the original Persona 5, but at its core is still the original P5 story until you get to that point. And I think if they were adamant on keeping it a PS4 exclusive at launch, I think they could have implemented a way, because really when it breaks down to it, outside of Haruki's social link, learning about him, and Kasumi's like little bit of an introduction, almost all the real story about them is told through that last half, not even the last half, the last semester.
Right.
And I think if they had waited, which is what, like, if I was Atlas and I somehow would have had the power in charge, I would have been like, guys, wait, release this on like PS5. You can do PS4 as well, but make this wait another generation, because they were so close to another console coming out. Because it's a good example, like you mentioned with Persona 3 Fez. Yes, Persona 3 Fez has journey and the answer. They're very separated, mainly due to the way you play with the characters and whatnot. But the journey was not unchanged from the original. The journey had enhancements, it had changes that made it better as well.
Yeah.
So that was still there to incentivize players. But if you look at Persona 4 Golden as an example, well, there's not really a kind of easy, hey, here's the new content thing to really get to. But on top of that, this was releasing on a completely new platform over 4 years after the originals. That was a lot more easier of being like, hey, just replay this because it's on a whole new system, a whole lot of different changes, new voice actors. A good example is, like, think about it like this. If Tokyo Mirage Sessions Encore was like a Wii U re-release. Yes, it fixes so many problems about that game. Like, the fact that it's on Switch is that game's biggest selling point.
That's true.
End of the day.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Now that brings me to my question, which is something that I kind of wanted to talk about too. Do you think Persona 5 Royal came too early?
100%. 100%.
Like,
biggest thing I can tell, I think fan might be the biggest way to show this is everyone that I've noticed from my fan group, and it'd be Facebook, Twitter, or just like reaching out to me like on YouTube, I've seen no one new coming into Royal. It is all old players. And I feel like the whole point of Royal should have been to attract not only all the people who are going to buy it anyways, all the Atlas fans, should have brought in all the people who wanted to play the original P5 but just were maybe turned off because I don't really want to play a PS3 game. 2017 was a really busy year for PS4 stuff. Whereas, like, the way it released now, it released in a fine time, but I feel being stuck on the same platform it launched on 3 years ago didn't do anything to attract new customers.
Yeah, I think the original issue was Persona 5 was supposed to be a PlayStation 3 exclusive. Then the PS4 came out and they just kind of messed up for Atlas. But I agree with you. I think it came out at like a really weird time. I think I had a comment one time, and it was like the first announcement. Someone was like, "Why is it so early?" And it took me wondering. I was like, "Yeah, why is it so early?" Because I mean, if you look at it, Persona 4 Golden was quite a few years after the original Persona. Persona 4. Like it was some time later. Like I can easily recall playing Persona 4. And seeing Persona 4 Golden and being like, wow, that is so cool. And I guess my guess question is, what do you think could have been different for this? Should this have released on the PS5 instead, or Switch release? What could have made this better?
Don't get me into the Switch, man. Don't get too
I don't think they could have gone for a Switch release just because a lot of the graphical fixes were made for the PS4 Pro in mind, so the Switch would probably not handle Royal well. Vanilla could probably handle fine, but
Goal, you're gonna make me sound so mean. I have to interject. I know Royal and thought it didn't look like a PS3 game. It made it look prettier. Royal could 100% have run on a PS.
I think I agree with you.
There were some textures in that game that were still pretty rough, dude.
For the most part, I am talking on my ass, to be fair.
And I don't mean to like try and be Mr. like technical for it, but it is one of those odd things of like, because even like little dumb stuff, like when I showed off the like Morgana touchpad feature, people would be like, "Oh, this can't run on Switch." It's like they're very optimal at
Come
their
on.
engines. There's a reason Catherine can like run on Vita or Switch or
Yeah.
PC or PS4.
Oh,
Like
that's
they're
true.
very like
Really
their
good.
technical wizardry at Atlas is pretty good. Like they may not make the best looking games, they can make very stylish games, but like a technical sense, like Atlas can do pretty much anything they really want to put their
Yeah,
minds to.
taking it as an example, the first time when I played SMT4 on the 3DS, I was blown away by the graphics. I don't know, it sounds weird now, so many years later, but the first time that I saw SMT4, I was like, holy shit, is this running on a 3DS? Because
But Switch fans, they're not asking for the same quality as PlayStation 4 Pro, at least. That's for sure. Just a
I hope
good
not.
game that runs pretty well would be enough. That's what but that's what I'm hearing. At least people are, well, obviously the fans are kind of all over the place from when it comes to Persona 5 on the Switch. General good running version would do well, and I think would run well as well because I'm on the same side as you. I don't think P5R, sorry, is that much better looking than the original version. And did one of you guys play the P5 on PS3 or no?
I have like watched it enough to like. Honestly, the funniest thing is if most people played it on PS4, so they didn't really know this. Like, as soon as you play P5 on PS3, the PS4 port looks way less impressive. You're like, oh, it's just the PS3 version.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
has longer
that's what I
load
thought.
times.
yeah, yeah, it was. I played the PS3 version, and then I obviously played the PS4 version too. It's not that much different. Now, if you want to compare something much recent on the Switch, we can look at Persona 5 Scramble. I have both editions. I have the one on the Switch, and the one on the PS4. It obviously runs lesser on the Switch, but it's not to the extent that you will kind of like count the pixels or anything like that. It's
Well,
not.
I would say it's at least noticeable because
Yes,
for
it
my
is.
experience with both platforms, it's like PS4, no matter what you're playing on presentation mode or graphics mode. Well, that was the same thing. Whether it be presentation mode or frame rate mode, it's always 60.
Mhm.
Frame rate mode is like just a smoother version of it. Like that game always makes 1080p, especially on a PS4 Pro, which looks super buttery smooth and really, really great. Whereas I think Scramble is like if you've only played P5 and you go to Scramble on Switch, it looks great because it's running at the same frame rate as Royal and it's running the same frame rate as original P5. They're at 30 frames. It's like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. But like the demo for Scramble dropped first on Switch and then PS4. So I did Switch, and then when I popped in the PS4 one, I immediately was like, oh yeah, I can't play this on. Like it's a fine port. Tecmo Koei does a really good job, like with
Yeah.
their like making the games run on there, but like it's like once you get there, it's not like because there was never that moment with P5 on a 3 and PS4. You didn't like go over to your friend's house with the PS4 version and go, "Oh man, I'm playing the poor kids version." It's like you look at Scramble on both, and you're like, "Okay, there's a very noticeable difference."
Yeah, I agree with you there. There is a noticeable difference, and I think that's kind of one of the things that I don't think Persona 5 Royal or Persona 5, for that matter, will have that same issue on the Switch, just because that game, Scramble is an action game. P5R isn't. I mean,
There's not a lot going on in the stream
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, they're bringing World War Z on the Switch, which is a game like there's over 100 zombies on the screen at the same time. So the game's not out yet. We don't know how it will run, but it's the studio, it's Saber Interactive that will port the game. So
World War
I don't want to
Z.
get too deep into it, but that's a good studio, and I think they will do a good job with it. So
I don't know. That
it
game
shows that the
sucked
system can
ass.
do a lot.
I'm
so.
sorry to to comment there. That game sucked.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I've
no,
never
I-
played the game, and it's
oh,
not.
really?
It doesn't look
Yeah, yeah.
interesting to me,
No,
honestly.
no, no.
It's just
I know what you're talking about. It's a good studio to port games at, but I played the original one. I was like, I don't know if that's much of a difference. That game sucked, and I have a pretty good computer. I do mostly PC gaming. I mean, literally the only games that I play on the PS4, like Persona and the Sony exclusives.
Do you guys mind if I ask what did you guys play Royal on? Did you guys play on a standard PS4 Pro or regular PS4?
Pro.
regular for me.
Yeah, second model PS4.
Okay. Good news for anyone out there who's curious. Besides the upscaled 4K, which isn't actually even 4K, Royal runs and looks the same on all versions.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, I
Sounds a
streamed
lot of
it.
bullshit then.
I streamed it. I noticed that it was in 4K. It was like two. I don't know what is like 220. What is that? I don't remember the
And there's
exact
like
thing.
that certain resolution that the PS4 Pro can like get at natively. It's like a little bit over. It's like 1280 by something, but like whatever max resolution the PS4 Pro gets to, and then it just super samples all of it. So I thought it was so funny that Atlas like advertised. Actually, they never did this in the West, but in Japan they advertised it as PS4 Pro Enhanced,
Oh,
which is in
really?
the sense of like
That's
it's
exactly what I
PS4
felt
Pro
for it.
Enhanced in
Oh.
the sense of it can use the PS4's features to make it think the TV's displaying at 4K. It looks straightforward.
All right, I think I'm losing you here. All right, I'm losing somebody here. Are you guys? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
It was a
Hear
bit
you. You're
laggy.
just like super robot-y, so
Yeah,
that
There
might
we
be me.
go.
just happened there.
There we
We
go.
just completely lost. I'm sorry. Could you repeat like the last like 1 minute of?
See, this is what happens when I start talking too out my butt of technical stuff. No, so
You
the
know,
little pieces of what I was
Atlas
saying
is
was
going after you now.
exactly. So what happens is the PS4 Pro, while it's Pro enhanced with Royal, it's really only in the sense of like yes, the PS4 Pro upsamples everything to 4K if you want super sampling tech. What would have been more interesting would have been stuff of like a big one that I'm surprised they didn't was they could have implemented HDR. Like if they implemented that, I think the game would have popped a whole lot more. It would have made it a lot more technically demanding, and they probably didn't think it was financially worth it to really do that. But
Yeah.
even little things like a lot of people have commented wondering why the game isn't at 60 frames per second. And I'm kind of in that camp as well, especially after going off of Persona 5 Dancing and Scramble of like those games look really good and look really smooth at 60 frames. But the only answer I could really think of is right now in the PlayStation 3 emulation scene, there have been people trying to get the original P5 at 60 frames with like patchings and mods,
Mm-hmm.
and they're finding that a lot of those animations just do not hold up. They look either really jank or just straight up break at running at that speed.
Yeah.
Probably what the team kind of went through. A similar thing happened when Dark Souls 2 came to next gen,
Yeah. I'm
and all the
curious.
animations got sped up.
I'm sorry to interrupt there. I'm curious if this is something to do with the engine that they're working on. I know this is their proprietary Persona
I
engine
would
there.
say no, not in terms of the engine. The engine has run stuff like that before. I would say this is more of just probably a limitation in terms of all those animations. Because like a good example is like, um, David, you were saying you agree with me in terms of some of the presentation. It never feels like it's not a PS3 game anymore. Is the big juxtaposition I always do with everyone is look at how gorgeous anyone's Showtime attack is in this game. We can all agree the Showtime attacks have amazing animations.
Yes,
They're
they
very
do.
smooth, extremely stylish. The fact that they look better than all out attacks is a testament onto its own. Then you look at something like a critical follow-up. When Ryuji's spinning his arm around, he looks like a PlayStation 2 game model. Like the animation doesn't look good. But, like those things are just kind of together, not because they have to be, because like, well, the animation was already done. We might as well leave it the same way.
Yeah, and that takes me to one thing that I want to talk about because that was an excellent segue into this. Um, Overall, the performance of the game was really good. I was a little bit disappointing on the amount of new cutscenes and new animated things that we got in this game. I expected more, and I'm talking about just comparing this to Persona 4 Golden, which had a ton of new animations in that game. What do you guys think about that? Did you notice it? Did you feel a difference or?
It's not major, at least, for a $60 brand new port or remaster or remake or whatever you want to call it for a new game. It's not as much as I expected for my part. I did not compare it to P4 before, but for a new release like that, it's still 2 years after. I was expecting a bit more. I don't know about you guys.
Well, what did you think?
I
For
mean,
the
oh wait,
Go ahead, sorry.
I I never really focus on performance unless it's like dropping to a really noticeable rate. So I think it was just more on par. In terms of like new events and stuff, I don't know if you can really call them comparable. I mean, that's just personal opinion because like there was never like the most equivalent that Persona 4 Golden had to something like the Thieves Den, which is just like overflowing with character interaction was the quiz show, and the quiz show was pretty simplistic.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a matter of I guess I don't think you can exactly weigh them on a scale, but
Hmm.
personally I'm actually I don't even know for sure. Um, hmm. I wasn't even comparing it to Golden while I was playing,
Oh,
but
really?
I guess to play it in that kind of mindset, you could see where it could be lacking.
I have to say, big thing for me that kind of stood out because we were talking about the budget a little bit earlier with the presentation. This game screams to me, and I don't know if you guys agree. This game screams to me that they had a set budget 3 years ago when they started development. They used all of that, well, not all of it, as much as they could on the third semester. Because as soon as you enter that third semester, you notice way more things are voiced, way more cinematics, way more different like outfits, character art, like new assets, new music. Obviously, this is like the new section of the story that they couldn't just recycle, but like you were talking about earlier, Kuro, with like the distribution of the new content, you don't feel like it's as much. Like the biggest standout for me of that whole first year when you're replaying the original game, outside of the obvious new instances of meeting Maruki and Kasumi, is like, okay, well, I guess like food festival, which is really hilarious, if not just for the fact that you get to hear Yusuke say the words cringeworthy. Like, there's not a lot of other moments like that, and I think they kind of tried to lean on the fact that they've voiced new sections of the game or
Mhm.
just added new voice acting, but the fact that over like at least 60% of that game is still text only, it just never really feels like it makes that big of an impact.
Right. I agree
Hmm.
with you. I think that I think my expectations on the game were a little bit different from others. I guess. To me, I was looking at Persona 5 Royal as just as something like from Persona 3 to Fest or to P3P or from Persona 4 to Golden. So my entire perception of how Royal was gonna be was based on previous expectations on previous games. Which is, I guess, is a different way to. Everybody has their own expectations when it comes to games, right? So when I was looking at it, I was hoping to get more gold than we did, and I mean it's fine that we didn't. It's I was satisfied with the game. The game was the content that we got was good. It just went in a different direction from what I was expecting. I guess. I thought that the third semester dungeon could have been earlier. Not we could still have the same ending or a similar ending, but have that content much earlier than that. I don't know if you guys agree with this or did it feel out of
Some
place?
Something that I want to add on what you just said is that I think something that could solve that would have been a good solution to solve this problem is if they would have allowed the new content, especially the last palace and the third semester, to be playable whenever you want, whether it's at the beginning of the game or in the middle of the game, whenever you want. Kind of like, I don't know if you guys saw for the new content for Xenoblade Definitive
Oh
Edition.
yeah,
I
exactly.
They should have done the same thing for this game. So as you said, Spencer, before, you don't have to spend like 100 hours before you get to the new content. I had a hard time to reach the new content at some point. I was trying to get ready for the podcast and play through the game because I was kind of late because of Final Fantasy VII. If that was an option, I would have played before since I played the original P5 last year before the announcement of P5R. So
I mean,
One thing I
also
would
remember the fact
oh,
that the third semester isn't even like it's, hey, beat the game and you unlock it. I
yeah.
already have met two people who had to replay an old save file because they didn't meet the criteria of maxing out the proper social links.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So the fact that like it's something you have to unlock, like it's a true ending, is almost kind of odd. Of like, okay, well, you're already asking people to replay a game, and you're also making them have to like tick these certain boxes. Like obviously, um, in the I think the big ask for some people who might not be expecting it is like, okay, I have to get Maruki, he doesn't necessarily seem super important to the story. The game shows you that Kasumi is going to be a playable character, and she only has 5 confidant ranks, and that's not really that big of an ask. Ketchy is also a big one, whereas he used to be manual, and you now need to experience his confidant rank. Well, a little bit of spoilers, like he's my favorite confidant rank in the whole game. Like, let's say if you just don't like Akechi, you're just not going to get that. And it might kind of seem weird to you because it's like, wait, why would I have to catch you for this 3rd semester? And until you get to it, it doesn't really make any sense to you.
Yeah, one thing that happened to my friend actually, this is one of the guys that I was going to bring on the podcast. He did not realize that Akechi was this is showing again how poor of a job the West did advertising this game. He did not know that Akechi was a new social link where you could actually interact with him. That was not advertised. He did not know about it. So the entire time he just waited for Akechi to show up and talk to him, and that never happened. So he missed on the 3rd semester just entirely and completely. So I was really shocked. I was like, how come? Like, you didn't look for him or something? I'm like, I don't know. He shows up and that's it. So I thought it was interesting that happened to him. Skull, you had something to say earlier. Did you have something to add there?
I was actually thinking of one concession to this because, like, I do not mind playing through the original game again because a lot of lines are like relocalized and redubbed, and I think that honestly, both Ryuji and Akechi's voice actors, like, their changes within their performance makes it for me. But I think that, like, with New Game Plus, there should have been like some kind of arc select that you could pick, where you can go with specifically like you've experienced everything already, but you want to go through another one again because like you missed something, so you can select it from like the Thieves' Den or whatever. And I think that would be a decent enough compromise and something that should be at least implemented in 6, seeing as how it wasn't something that even I considered to be like an issue until playing Royal.
Right. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I don't know. I think, again, going back to expectations to Persona 5 Royal, I think my expectations or a lot of people's expectations were a little bit different, especially, again, because we did not get barely any trailers over here in the West, and we had to rely on the Japanese trailers to get any kind of like when is this happening or where is that happening. Just such as Kasumi. I assumed Kasumi was gonna join your party maybe half the way through. When the trailers when she shows up in Saya's palace, I assumed she was gonna be there from that point on, and I was confused that she did not join you later. I was like, why is this not happening? Like, because they're selling DLC, and we'll talk about DLC in a second. But they're selling Kasumi's DLC for like $10-15. And you get to play her for like 5 hours. I mean, the dungeon is not even 5 hours long, but
do you know what? Like the actual reason in game of why she's not in the party makes enough sense to me. Where it's like, okay, I'll let it slide.
No, dude, no way. Her in-game reason is she comes up to you at the last 2 palaces in the game before you get to the 3rd semester, and she says, "Hey, I know that I'm a Phantom Thief. Like, it'd be really expensive to reanimate all these cutscenes at the end of the game with me in them, so I'm gonna wait till like the end of the year." They straight up that scene where she comes to LeBlanc, the equivalent of like them just straight up being like, "Hey, you guys, we can't afford her. Like, we gotta wait till the end of the game." That's like,
oh no, I was talking about earlier, where it's like, "Hey, we're in like knee deep in shit, and this has nothing to do with you. So how about you sit out for a little while?"
Oh, dude, even that, no way. She here's the biggest reason why I have a complaint against it. Is somebody here tell me why Kasumi was against joining the Phantom Thieves?
Didn't she like disagree with them morally?
There's a moment between Joker Akechi and Kasumi where they're like, "Are you for the Phantom Thieves?" She's like, "No, not really." They never really have anything else after that.
Yeah,
he never had a unique perspective as to why. The like story kept her from being a Phantom Thief until she felt the need that she had to be, which felt very, very forced, because especially after you have her first awakening scene, it's like, okay, now you're going to implement her into the story. Because like after you see that opening where you see her helping you in the casino, you're like, oh, okay, so it's just going to happen eventually, right? Like, it never felt natural. Like, that's almost why it's like I like both of her awakening scenes for different reasons. The reason she has 2 awakening scenes is because basically her first one has no importance until she becomes Sumere. She might as well just be like an NPC.
And I think she was even her even up until the first honestly like Kasumi, when I saw her design, I was like, oh my god, I like her character design. I'm very excited to play with her and everything. When I when I played the game and I got to her level 5, I was like, oh my god, this is really disappointing as far as like her character motivations and everything. It isn't until after um, later on the story that really pushes the character forward. But up until that point, I was severely disappointed with her character development or writing overall. Like you said, she just felt like an NPC with no real character motivations or anything like that.
I mean, I
Um,
completely understood her stance, and I actually agree with it over, like, over the other two. Is that a society in which the Phantom Thieves exist and can just make all the bad guys confess for themselves? Then what the fuck's the point?
right.
What the
I
fuck?
see
What
that.
the
Yeah.
fuck's the point of anything if just you're gonna make the Phantom Thieves make the bad guy go away?
I
Like,
think
what the
though
fuck
an
is
immediate comparison though against Kasumi, why she should have been a better fleshed out character in terms of her explanation is like you, actual successful like third take. Like the game clearly sets up why the Phantom Thieves do what they do and why they feel just. There's a reason why in Akechi's head, even his true nature, why he feels he has to take down the Phantom Thief. And on the opposite side of that, while I think Kasumi totally falls on her face in terms of either defending her lack of being put into the game sooner as an active party member, I think the game like shows you that it can be done with Maruki. Maruki is a perfect example of a character who is against what the Phantom Thieves does. He accepts what they do, while at the same time not feeling like, okay, well he's evil just to be evil.
Mhm.
Even the whole time I'm taking down Maruki, I sympathize with him and I feel like what he's
Uh,
coming from.
all right, Spencer. I have a lot more to talk about with that, so I'll bring you back in a second for that, because that's one of the things that I really want to talk about
too far ahead,
separately.
Spencer?
But I want to mention one of the comments here because I think it's a pretty good comment. Starbros says they pushed Kasumi so much, they meaning Atlas. Then she did not get a lot, like what she was doing and not joining the final tips. I think that's right. Atlas marketed the shit out of Kasumi to the point that you were expecting her to be like front and center. I mean, she's literally front and center in the box art of the game, and
Yeah.
and you don't really get the amount of Kasumi that you were advertised for.
I think that she
I mean,
needed.
look at even that introduction. Like I tell you, there's a reason it makes me like not like triggered as like an actually makes me mad kind of thing, but that introduction. The more I think about it, and the more I ever see it through people replaying the game or myself, the introduction is just kind of like, hey, we're gonna make this look as different as humanly possible for people who are buying the game to make them feel like they didn't waste their $60. Whereas like for me, like that introduction shows all the stuff that they think will sell the game while not really actually sticking through with that promise. Like I thought the grappling hook was really underwhelming. While it basically led to will seeds, which is really great. That's cool. Kasumi was shown off, but you're not going to get to her until like another 80 hours of the game, and just kind of different various little things like that. Of like, okay, well the intro is just kind of like it's like acting. It's like basically puffing up his chest for nothing at the end until you work for the 80 hours to get to it.
Yeah,
The intro was pointless at this point. Honestly, that's my opinion on it. It felt like you would see her beforehand, but it's only like as you just said, 80 hours in let's say Palace that you see her. Well, you see her interact with the characters at least.
We get to a bigger point though of, and this came up in my own spoiler cast a couple of days ago, of Persona 5 Royal was one of their chances to fix this game's biggest plot problem in my opinion. And I don't know how you guys feel about this, but
Mhm.
the more I think about this game, the fact of it holding so much of its story behind the mechanic of jumping backwards and forwards through time through the interrogation, I think hurts its story immensely. And it would have been so easy for them to take that out of Royal because it ruins so many little things, such as like, okay, well, we already know Okumura dies before we already meet him. This gives us a chance to make a confidant rank with Sai, even though we never actually get to spend time and develop with her as a character. So like little things like that, I was like, oh, I the more I think about like the whole starting at the casino, it's like we're starting at the casino because it feels like it's cool, not because it helps the story.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. That's one of the things that I wanted the most that they work on story wise. There is a pacing issue in this game, and that's why the first time that I played this game, I overlooked this completely, and not because of anything else other than because I was excited for this game. I mean, this is legit the game that I was waiting for 10 years. So the story has this issue, a personal issue, I guess, my issue when it comes to how it handles storytelling. Certain plot points just get bogged down by the fact that there's nothing going on. Obviously, this is gameplay elements where you have to like do your everyday life and everything like that. But I think after the first, like the first 2-3 hours of the game are really impactful. You get Kamoshida, he's a shitty guy. There's all this stuff and everything, and then you beat Kamoshida, and then that's it. Like the story just kind of scrambles to kind of get the next villain to who is shitty enough to go after or whatever, and then you have Madarame, and then every single time just the situations start getting really absurd. I don't know if that makes any sense to any of you, but I'm talking about like the situations that they get into for the situations, kind of like, oh, we're gonna get sued, or oh, we're gonna go to, or whatever the issue is. Every single time, well, they're gonna call the cops on us or whatever. Every single the first one kind of made sense, but obviously you have to have that pressure, like, oh, you have to do this by the date, otherwise this blank is gonna happen. Obviously, this is a mechanic from Persona 4, which was very much more well implemented. Somebody's gonna die, you better rescue them by this date, opposed to you're gonna go to possibly maybe go to jail because you have to do it by this date. I don't know if that made any sense.
Oh no, that makes sense because yeah, one of the big things I kind of took away after beating Royal for sure was game's strongest palaces is unfortunately its first and its final in the semester. They have a really great setup with Kamoshida and they really execute it and they display a lot of things, but while I like all the different palaces ranging from Madarame to Okumura and even like Kaneshiro, not talking about Holy Grail, he's totally trash, and Shido is way too much filler. Outside of like those two little like negative ones, like they have their nitpicks and problems that keep them from being great. It's just kind of odd how like the game, they show you when it starts and then when it ends, it's like, look how great of a job we can do wrapping story and gameplay around the palaces and characters. And the rest are like, okay, we can kind of do that, but not always. Like there's going to be a little bit of a negative. Like a big one for me always is with Okumura's palace. It's like you hear like it does a lot of showing, but it never does a lot of telling why he's a bad guy, which is what the story was trying to do, but I think is one of the reasons like that palace in terms of like thematics never really hit people as hard as it does, because you're getting all of the reasoning behind why he's such a bad guy through hearsay and Haru.
I think it's the weakest palace. I don't know if we can all agree on that.
Nope. That's the Holy Grail. Holy Grail is the royal cement of this. Holy Grail is the worst and laziest palace in the game.
I mean, yeah, I think so too. I think story-wise, the Holy Grail kind of made sense in that sense. I think David means more like story-wise. It was.
Well, the design of it is not that great.
Oh, you mean the design of it? Ah, gotcha. Okay, I don't know. I thought from a story point. Story point. So go ahead.
For a story point, for Okumura's palace, it's not that great, as you both just said. But for the design of it, I think it was better than the cup at the end. On personally.
Oh yeah, I would say the design of Okumura's is way better than the palace, which is kind of a shame because thematically what they go with is it should be cool going into the depths of Mementos and like rising up into the tower to like fight everything. It on paper it sounds like it should be cooler, but no, yeah, I liked Okumura's palace way more thematically, and
Same here.
That was one of the weird ones. If I'd always heard people hated it, when I was so late to beating vanilla P5, like. The biggest exception with it was like, okay, Okumura's palace clearly just feels very long, but it's not even like it's either tied with Shido or Holy Grail as like being the longest in terms of content that's there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the big one for me, the only real standout was like, boy, that like section with finding all the like VPs and assistant managers, like that was my real big complaints. Then like when I went to Royal and I saw
Really?
that giant mapped area was just like a 1/3 or even like 1/4 of the size. I was like, oh great, this is what Royal should do to its changes. It just not every
Mhm.
palace got that kind of love and change to it.
And I liked it. I liked the part on the Shio's palace where you had to find the letters for the
You
for,
did.
like the Republic.
I
I
thought that
Oh
liked it a
was.
lot.
no. I'm mean, dude. I didn't like that because like my whole thing with that was they teed up every time you went to a new person for. Okay, so this person's going to just give it to you, right?
Mhm.
It's not just going to be you're going to meet someone, fight them, meet someone, fight them, meet someone, fight them. Like you have to realize in terms of storytelling, it's just lazy to do the same thing 5 times, and B, it's never going to really get fun.
I get you.
Then like had that moment end with the Yakuza guy of Yusuke giving him the tattoo and him kind of liking it. Like if they just pulled the rug out and were like, okay, he doesn't have a boss fight, it would have been like, okay, fine, you got the joke. Would have been very funny because you would have expected the really big badass tough guy to be the final boss, not the IT guy. And because then it's like that whole set, like Shido's Palace is just boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, rat maze, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, and
Oh
it's like
god,
you have too many boss fights, guys.
I forgot the rat maze though. That's
I
not
mean,
that
be
great.
thankful that Royal. I didn't ever mind the rat like the little mouse puzzles and stuff, but like Royal makes that ironically like shorter, but actually a lot more memorable because it was a lot less of guessing. Because in Royal, Shido's Palace, if you look at a lot of those like big open sections, like when you're just going through a room in the ship, it just looks like a Pac-Man maze, just hallway door, hallway door, hallway door, hallway door.
It was not as worst as in the first
Yeah, definitely.
version.
That was an improvement for sure. What about you, Skull? Was there any dungeon that you thought was kind of not good?
I think the one that always bugs me is Kanashiro because that's a lot of tell don't show, and I found out recently that one of the cut scenes in Vanilla was actually him being the biggest scumbag in the entire game by basically just outright saying in real life that, yeah, we caught Makoto, now we're going to sell her for child prostitution. But they completely cut that out of the game, so I feel like his impact as a villain is just completely diminished. Plus the vault codes are just always so fucking annoying, and I end up having to look them up like
Oh
usually.
yeah, those codes. Yeah, that was. I had a spreadsheet. You know, just kind of like writing them down. I was like, man, I need to write this down because I'm gonna forget. I kept going back and forward. I'm like, you know what? This is so
I
annoying.
mean, say what you will about Okumuro, it at least shows near the end of the palace about how, like, directly that he sees his workers as expendable and doesn't care about the lives of the people who work for him by having like the robots being thrown into the molten lead. But
Now,
like, kind of
Nicole,
show really
actually,
didn't have that.
kind of want to pick your brain and everyone else about this. And this was very apparent to me because, like I said, I replayed both like back to back. Not even replayed. I first played through both back to back to each other. Did anyone else here notice that all the pen codes were the exact same from Vanilla and Royal? I
Oh
found
yeah,
that
they didn't
extreme.
fix that at all. It was annoying enough.
Like no, like I mean, it's nice in the sense of like, hey, I can breeze through this dungeon a lot faster. But it's like, hey, I would like they went through the effort of changing up how you get the letters. So that's what was the weird part. Like and it's almost like they kind of knew it because there are these little paywalls, literally like these little
Oh yeah.
gold doors that you can pay to get through. They give you quicker access to the pen pad. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind
you
of
can
odd of
pay
like, okay,
money.
was this on purpose? Because it just like to me it felt like, okay, you guys did a good job of designing these levels, and I enjoy experiencing what you guys changed. But why would this kind of be almost like rewarding players just for cheating and looking at the pin?
They probably knew that that's the method that most people used.
I don't know. It was just disappointing, especially because when they really lean into exploration, when you're looking for those free will seeds, you can, at least for me, as someone who always felt like they had to get them because the reward was so worth it. It was nice to be like, I'm going to check every corner of this room because you never know like where they're going to be hiding.
Yeah, definitely. There was some changes I think in the palaces overall that made them really streamlined. At first I was like, is my memory failing me, or are the dungeons really that different? And I wondered that for like the first two puzzles. I'm like, no, there's a lot of changes in this puzzle that made them like a lot easier to go through. Which in a sense is not really a complaint, because some of them can be grindy, not grindy in the grind sense, but grinding and kind of like going around for like 10 minutes trying to find a key or whatever. And I did appreciate that change. I didn't think it was a bad change, especially because as a former player, you want to get to the new content. You want to get through these dungeons as fast as possible, and that definitely I like that change. I don't know if you guys, but I thought it was a good change.
I think it kind of goes back to the story for me, where it was very uneven. Like Mashita for me felt like, hey, we're gonna add in 3 new areas and not really do that much different. Like, it's incorporating the zip line for like, okay, here's how you get the will seeds, and we're gonna make one section basically zip line over it, never really have to touch it. I think it was like, I don't know. There were situations where I think like they used it great, but like for me, outside of the will seeds, like I'm like, what was the point of the grappling hook for any of these dungeons? Like they never actually added something. Like, the way it almost the way the game almost tries to make it sort of seem through its marketing for me was like, look, you're Batman, you can zip line anywhere now. Whereas like in reality, it's just kind of like it gets you from point A to point B. It never really helped you with sneaking.
To be flashy, because there are a lot of like grappling hook points that are just meant to make Joker look cooler, like him bypassing half of like the dungeon using the grappling hook for Okumura's palace.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
And Spencer, you're actually giving them a little too much credit, because that third new area was legit one they just didn't have enough time to finish in vanilla.
Oh well, yeah, that is true. The new section, quote unquote new, was just originally a cut area from it, but I don't know. I feel like when you kind of hold like a magnifying glass up to them all, the grappling hook is just kind of one that has a hard time holding up to any scrutiny of like, okay, really, why was it at? Yes, you can say it was like, yeah. Unfortunately, that's probably a large.
Like I said, Joker needs a recovery. Does he do anything cool that I forgot? And they said, oh well, we can give him a grappling hook.
Yeah, but I mean, you are right though. Like cinematically, there are like some really great shots. Like that first one when you're skipping a large section towards the end of Kamashira's Pass, and especially with I was actually surprised how much Shido's cruise actually used it quite a lot.
Yeah, and just going through the laser group with Madarame's Palace, like the first time that I did that, I thought, oh wow, this actually looks really cool.
Oh yeah, I know exactly the right moment you're talking about. What about you, David? Yeah. Do you think that made a big change for you?
I was just about to ask what you guys were thinking about the mechanic where you can ambush the enemy with the grappling hook.
Oh, that was too easy. It was fun until you realized it makes it way too easy, and then sneaking is never a thing.
Oh, the difficulty.
I hated that. I hated that.
Yeah.
You start the game and then it's already like a technical hit that you do on the enemy. Then you just, if you want to get through really quickly, you just try to ambush the enemies with the grappling hook most of the times. Then you just try to make a technical hit, and then you all out attack and the fight's over. You just get to the next enemy. It makes it so easy. It's ridiculous.
It's a weight scale of a matter of it makes the gameplay more fun, but it also breaks the gameplay over its knee.
Yep.
Yeah,
I will say they at least didn't combine it with Ryuji's insta-kill, because by the time I unlocked insta-kill in vanilla, me and many other people as well, if you look online, the fact that you can't turn it off almost becomes a hindrance. You're like, I'm missing out on the fun of this game because insta-kill is just making this game too easy. Whereas like insta-kill for me only ever really like had a super big effect when I was like in Mementos, and thankfully I was kind of worried that they wouldn't tone it as much, because if you guys remember, in the original game, insta-kill, not only could you not turn it off, but it was like you were missing out on a lot of valuable stuff, whether it be like, oh, you're going to be collecting personas. Like if your stock's full, you're basically just getting the XP and the money and you're moving on, which is nice for if you just want to hurry and beat the game. But for people who were like trying to like micromanage or like actually wanted to experiment with the gameplay, you were just missing out on large sections.
For vanilla, I never got to 99, but for Royal, the 2 playthroughs that I did, I got to 99 before the 3rd semester.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Second time that I was playing Shido's Palace, not Shido's Palace, Maruki's Palace, that I was literally insta-killing every enemy that I came across. Like, all of them. And I was like, well, it's less I gotta do, was the way that I looked at it.
Yeah, I think this game definitely had a balance. I don't know if we would call it a balance issue as more as a design issue.
Difficulty balance issue, big time.
The difference, what I would call a difference between a balance issue and a design issue is, it was made on purpose. The way that it was, I don't know, what difficulty you guys played it on?
I went for normal and hard.
So normal and hard. What about you, David?
I did normal.
Normal. Okay. So I played it in normal, and I played it on merciless a couple times. Merciless actually makes the game. It almost breaks the game in an easy sense, because sure the enemy can hit you with weaknesses harder and some other limitations that it does, but it almost gives you like these extra tools to just breeze through the game at like twice the speed. I struggled with Okumura's Plus. We were just talking about that right before the live stream started, and somebody in the comments was like, "Hey, switch it to Merciless. It's easier." And I was like, "What?" And I did it, and I beat it. I literally fought it one time on Merciless, and I beat Okumura's like right away. It wasn't even an issue or anything. I just went straight through it, and I was like, "There's something wrong with this." There's definitely something wrong when it comes to the way that they did the game design. I don't know if that's an issue that comes from all the tools that they give you at the disposal, or whether it's an actual issue when it comes to the development side.
I think it could be just a matter of like a bloat of tools, because everything's made to make your job a little easier, and when you have literally all of them together, it can become a cakewalk. Like, I still don't know why people complain about Okumura. I never had an issue with him both times I fought him.
Just because the whole balancing with it is like, if you are in the camp of you've got a set up party just the right way, that boss fight's not going to feel any different. Like, I was in the same camp. I didn't realize the complaints were as valid as like they were. I was kind of being heard online until a friend of mine was like, "Hey, I need you to beat Okumura for me. Like, I can't do it. I'm playing on normal. I just want to beat it." And I saw what they had done with it, and
what was their setup?
Her setup was just like kind of normal, but the problem was like the way that she had like her inability to kind of swap out different party members from party members' skills and the personas that she had equipped. It was like, okay, you have a chance of doing this, but the way that, because it's not only you have to have everything set the right way, you also have that time limit of you have to beat all of their party members before not only the battle's time limit, but before the enemies either self-destruct or run away. So like the way I've been describing it is like, yes, it's completely doable on any difficulty mode. You can just tell that unless you're talking about safety or merciless, there was no playtesting for any of it. Because yes, you can do it, doesn't mean that it's fun for everybody on those modes.
Yeah, that particular part where they'll run away, I was getting so frustrated because I was like this close, and it kept happening over and over again. I mean, like, I'm the kind of person that will do a lot of buffs and debuffs. Literally, that's how I play all SMT games, right? So my strategy is always the same. I always have this strategy. It works for every single SMT game. I had never had a problem with an SMT game, and in this sense, I'm kind of like, I can't play that way. You can't play that boss that way because you don't need to. It is not a requirement. You don't need to buff or debuff anything in a Okumura's fight. It's a completely different gameplay style, and that's not my gameplay style. So no matter how many times I will play it, I will still have that same issue because it wouldn't matter. Buffs and debuffs wouldn't make a change there.
I have to say, though, it's honestly a really big shame because until I heard about those complaints when I was writing in my review, I mentioned Okumura's Palace's boss fight change is one of my favorites in the game. Little fact of adding Cognition version Haru is such a great element and like adds a lot of really good like just like little deep story moments,
Right,
like
yeah.
even more than like adding Bunny Girl version Shiho and Mishima to Kamoshida's boss fight, just because you never really saw that how in his Cognition's mind he really viewed Haru. So like that little thing is really great for it, but unfortunately, yes, the balance kind of like it's hard to praise that boss fight without mentioning its balance sort of being out of whack.
Mm-hmm. So segue into talking about balancing, because I do want to talk about it a little bit more. This is in a different direction from what I had originally planned, but we already have about it. So, um, what do you guys think about the DLC? And we'll go into two directions on this. But balancing wise, how do you think this affected gameplay wise? I always had an issue with DLC that affects gameplay, and in this case, it's a major thing. Everybody was like, "Well, just buy the DLC." I'm sorry, fansite. Skull, what did you add?
Just saying you are absolutely right. The DLC personas, as nice as they are for fan service, Izanagi no Okami just completely destroys everything in his way. So you can pay extra $10 to win the game.
You don't even need to pay. Like the free P5 DLC personas already can make it kind of OP for it.
Well, I mean, Fusion Alarms make everyone a beast if you just know how to use it properly.
Oh yeah, but like this one is straight up just like, hey, if you download the old P5 DLC pack that is free, those DLC personas alone already make it. Like you don't even have the price barrier for it. Like for me, the way I've described all the like persona like DLC ones, it's like, hey, if you enjoy it in terms of like a fan service thing, use it if you want, or if you want to use it as a crutch to get you through a part that you're having difficulty with, go for it. But like for me, I don't think I've ever at least for just the DLC battle personas, like I've never seen anything that's like, wow, it just does nothing for me. It's like the fan service alone of like seeing Sho Minazuki's persona is cool for 5 seconds until I'm like, but why is he so overpowered? Like it just doesn't make me want to implement him into my party in a normal sense. And I think a lot of people feel that sense of like they're either against it because they're so OP or they're for it because they're so OP, but it is taking away from some of the natural fun the gameplay loop offers.
Yeah, I think that too. I think that in a sense, it really kind of it adds it does both add and take things at the same time. It adds an experience, but it takes an experience and it adds an experience, and it's a completely different experience. I think. David, did you have something to add about this?
I personally did not buy any of the DLC.
Good man.
Not.
Anyone listening to this, don't but take it from me. Guy bought all $60 of the DLC in this game. Don't buy any of it. Not worth it. Don't
It's
buy a
hard.
cent of
It's hard for me to buy DLC for a game that they charge full price for it. A re-release of a game that came out 2 years ago, even with the additional content, to charge another $60 for DLC. I think that's the amount if you buy all of it. Oh, that's rough. I can't do it. Even if I wanted to, I can't. Honestly,
David, you're not even alone with it because it's not even the fact that like, hey, you're selling me more DLC for what is being advertised as the definitive version of this game. It's like so many aspects, like the DLC personas, like we've mentioned, how there's a $15 costume pack for a character you can't play until the game is already 9/10 of the way over. Just like the implementation of other things, like the challenge battles, which almost no one I hear talks about, is just the largest, most insulting thing I've ever seen Atlas do as a company. Like the whole DLC as alone leaves such a sour taste in my mouth, whether you buy it or not. That like that takes off almost like a whole point in my book from like part of my score. Like the reason I could never give this game even a 9 if I tried as hard is like it's a great game. It's a fantastic JRPG. Like I love so many aspects of the music, the story, the characters, and the gameplay. But it's like, no. There are parts of this game that made me physically sick because of how insulting it is to for this re-release 3 years later on the same system. It's like it's too blatant.
Right. I think you bring a good point here, and that goes to my question regarding this game. And I'm just an open thing. What do you guys think Persona 5 Rojo is worth it as an overall package $60 game with free DLC from the original game, but not really because you have to buy more DLC?
It depends on who you are. If you just played the vanilla version and you thought it was just okay, honestly, I don't think this game will make your opinion change that much. But if you're like us and you really enjoyed the first version, yes, it's worth it. And then you're free to decide whether or not you want to buy the DLC. If you're someone that has not played the vanilla version and you're not certain if it's worth it to play P5 or not, you get right into P5R. I think that would be the definitive version, in my opinion.
All right,
Yeah, David, I agree with you a lot because like I think it's really easy for someone, especially like me, to sound really down and negative on this game. Whereas like, hey, this is coming from someone who has bought the game 3 years ago, has played it, and is coming at this as, hey, I am a fan of the series who has played the original, and I am checking this out to show, is this worth the new $60? Because I think the fact people don't bring up enough is you can buy Persona 5 on PS4 or PS3 for $10 right now. And that is a really, really great deal for it. So you have to ask yourself, is it worth not only going back to or telling people to jump into this one more? It is the better experience, but at the end of the day, money is like, it's not like it's out of the question. So, like, for fans like us who are going into it, it's like kind of that weird iffy grind of like, yeah, it's like it's the best version of this game possible. But you just have to remember the situation we've been put into is like, hey, replay this game on the same system. Like, like a lot of those little things, I think we would be a whole lot less harsh on. Even DLC, definitely not. I don't think I'd be any less hard on, even if this was on a different platform. But it's just like the way that this package is sort of sold to us. It's really weird. It's like, as a casual fan, this is like going to be my de facto. Hey, if you're interested in getting into Persona 5 Royal, make that your first game. You're gonna love it. Not a perfect game, but it's still a really, really great game. But then you get to the point of like, yeah, if it all depends on how you feel about the original P5. Like, okay, did you like it and kind of fell off of it? Because, like, imagine the person who played P5 3 years ago, and now they see Royal, and they're kind of tempted to jump back in, but they kind of got, like, sort of bored at the story halfway through. The gameplay was fine, but it really wasn't their best sort of thing for it. It's like, this game isn't going to change those people's opinions, really. Like, if they got bored halfway through the vanilla story, they're still probably going to get bored halfway through Royal.
Agreed.
Right.
And that's my point on that. Do you want to spend the if someone dropped out middle of the game on the first version, it's clear for me. It's don't buy it again. It won't change your mind, honestly.
Yeah, which is funny because I think other re-releases have kind of fixed that. Like, I know this is almost going to seem like blasphemy. There are people out there who don't like P3 or Fez, but I have shown them and given them copies of Portable, and they've been like, oh my god, this changes, like, because of the way that changes that game's presentation and gameplay additions. It's basically a whole new game.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a whole other discussion. But honestly, P3 with the I know that we spoke about it before, but the combat system for the portable version, that's such a big plus for me. I can't stand the one man show battles in the FPS version. That's tough to get back to. At least when it first came out, it was all right, but in 2020, if you want to play the game again after playing P4 and P5, it's hard, man. It's hard.
Yeah, it's tough. Actually, I am currently in a new playthrough of Persona 3. I had people vote whether I still played FES and P3P, and people voted for FES. So I played it for 10 hours, and I got so fed up and so frustrated with the AI that I was just like, I'm gonna switch to P3P, and I'm sorry. My biggest thing was while I was playing, Junpei is a dick, by the way. I just wanna put this straight up. He just does not like you at all, and he makes it clear on the gameplay when he's supposed to heal you and he attacks, even when you put him on support. I put all characters on support, and none of them will heal me.
That is called committing to the role. He is committing to that character.
I was so frustrated. I died like 3 times on a boss, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing P3P. I'm sorry. I apologize to my viewers. I was like, I can't do it. Maybe when I played this game was like 15 years ago, I could do it. I can't do it anymore. It's a big change. And I guess when I was looking at Persona Royal, Persona 5 Royal, I was looking into a change that will kind of, maybe not that big of a change, but maybe some kind of change that will be on that aspect. Of course, it wasn't gonna be there because it's not like Spencer said earlier. I mean, the game was only out 3 years ago. How much of a change can you really see in 3 years in the same console? In that aspect, I do like the new changes they did, but I don't think that the changes were in gameplay wise to the extent that I was kind of like, oh my god, this makes the game like 100 times easier or better in that regards. I think the gameplay on Persona 5 Vanilla is still very much very playable.
A lot of the post Persona 5 Atlas games come with this big asterisk on them that makes it a harder sell. Like, Persona 5 dancing sounds like a great idea, but then you realize it was the first game, so now no games after it will have any songs on it, no new characters will be in it, and it becomes more of a deterrent Like Persona Q2, I still think is a fantastic game, but it's on a 3DS in 2019, so a lot of people are not going to pick it up for that reason. And same with Royal. It's a great new update to a game that a lot of people love, but it's on the same system as the original.
Dang it, Skull. If only they had made a game that was basically a spin-off, but a canonical follow-up in terms of story.
If
It
only.
made the gameplay differences so unique that it intrigued new players, just not JRPG fans, and was also on PS4 and Switch. If only that game existed.
Oh
And
god.
you need to get in your DeLorean for that one, Spencer.
One day it'll get announced. One day. I have a weird question for all of you, because this is a little bit behind the scenesy, but like obviously it got like scrapped and like no one's ever going to like see this. I know, Skull, that you do. David and Kuro, do you guys have a Vita?
Yeah, I have the
I
Vita.
do.
I have a PlayStation TV. If you guys ever played one of
I
those.
count that.
That's an
Those things
artifact.
almost cost more than the Vita themselves now. So David, did you say you did or did not?
Yes, I do have one.
Okay, so a fun thing that not a lot of people really know about is that Royal actually was going to be a PS4 and Vita title. And one of the things that I was thinking about this recently was like, you know what's so funny about that? I think if that had come out, and obviously there would still be other people wishing it was on other systems, but because of the deal that PlayStation has with Atlas with P5R, and previously with stuff like the original release and Full Body, a really interesting thing about that would be like, I think if like, even if that like, I know it's a very tiny amount of like people, especially compared to like Switch and PS4 and even PC, like man, just having this portable, I think would have just been made such a huge difference for that, especially with like players like me. Now I'm obviously extremely biased, and if anyone's wondering why it didn't happen, basically a year before this came out, well, not exactly a year, but right before, they'd been working on the Vita port of Catherine Full Body, and they got it to work. And actually, that's the same engine that P5R runs on.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just a modified version of the OG Catherine with Persona 5. So, like, technically, they got it to sort of work. And actually, the same thing with the engine from P5D. Obviously, that's a much less technically demanding game. But just because they had seen such a decline, sort of in users, and people had moved over to other systems, and there's still a really big dedicated audience who plays on the Vita like me, it just technically wouldn't have made sense for them to really push it across the finish line. But there's like a kind of that part of me that's kind of like, man, even if they had to make it a whole lot of concessions, like I don't think there's any part of this game where I could have been like, yeah, this could have worked on it, because I played actually quite a lot of the original P5 and Royal through remote play. And I just had all those moments of like, wow, this is, like, especially when you're going through those social life moments of like, there are so many like benefits just through having this as a pick up and play portable device. Like I forgot about just because of how long it had been since I played Golden.
Right.
And isn't
Yeah.
that like big reason why Catherine Full Body is coming to Switch, is because just the idea of pick up and play with a game like Catherine is like 90% of the appeal of getting that game.
That's the weird one. I actually super don't get it. The more I think of Catherine on Switch, the less excited I get for it. Like, I'm basically going to have to be like, hey, if I can get a review code, I'm going to check it out. But, like, man, I'm, like, super... It's just because, like, it is a re-release of a game that has been re-released so many times now.
Yeah.
And, like, there's just nothing about that game on Switch that I think can make it really unique outside of its multiplayer. Just because that you can just pop the Joy-Cons off and play multiplayer immediately is really cool. But like the way that Catherine works as a story, like that's one that I definitely kind of want to be like, okay, have headphones on, be at my house. Like I enjoy playing Catherine on my Japanese Vita copy, but like when I play Catherine on Vita, like for pick up and play, I'm doing stuff like Babel, but I'm not doing like verses and I'm not doing like story. It's just like pick up and play works for the puzzles, but the story element of Catherine I think is really not at home in a portable setting.
Persona's a better fit.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
It definitely
also
is.
even test run for Persona on Switch just to say, hey, is there demand from like Studio Zero or Atlas Games for the Switch, which I think nearly everyone who's ever played or heard of Persona would scream loudly, yes, there is a demand.
That's what made
man,
it.
they don't need the
That's what
surveys
makes
to know that they can all.
know how neutered the sales of Scramble have been for
Japan.
the Switch in Japan. I was very surprised at how sold 30% of the all units, and like Scramble's actually sold really, really well. But one of the funny things is people will be like, "Oh, Scramble hasn't really sold that well." Like if you just look at the Switch sales, like people don't realize that Scramble is the second best-selling game above Arena and right under PQ, which is really impressive.
And you got to remember that, of course, the Switch version was not going to sell as much since we don't have the original P5 on the console. The install base of the Switch doesn't know as much as the PlayStation install base does about Persona.
That might actually have been one of the few weird things of that game's marketing, because if you guys remember when they announced Scramble up into release, they started really honing in on the fact that it was a sequel to 5, and I think that almost might have actually that might have excited a lot of P5 players who had PS4s and stuff, but maybe didn't like get a lot of people who were curious about it on Switch be like, oh well, if it's a sequel, I don't really get the story.
Yeah, that's a weird one. That was a interesting thing. So I do have a question to all of you here as far as the Persona 5 Scramble and the Switch. Did you think that Atlas should have used a different game to test the waters when it comes to the Switch market? Because I do think that the Switch is in part a way to test the market when it comes to whether future Persona games will come out there.
That's one, but I think the easiest one.
I don't necessarily.
I think the Trauma Team game for the Switch would have been perfect to just gauge Atlas fans if they're into the Switch again and if they want more like Atlas Switch games. But I mean, Catherine Full Body it's right there, already ready to go. So it costs less money to port over to the Switch than like completely retooling a Trauma Team game.
Yeah, and after the release of Catherine Full Body on Switch, they'll have the engine running on the console, so they'll see how it does. I personally don't think that Atlus, they decided to release Catherine on the console only to test the waters. That's my opinion, because obviously we spoke about it, Kuro, sooner this week. Catherine is probably one of the last games that I would have chosen personally to put on the Switch to see how it will sell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's something about Catherine that makes it not an easy to enter into a specific market. Catherine, let's face it, is an adult game. It's an adult game with really adult content. When it comes to either the gameplay or the story that it's trying to tell or the kind of plot points and everything, is just not a game that you will market on the Switch. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know how it's gonna sell when it comes out on the Switch.
I think that honestly, the that image of that Nintendo's only kiddie friendly really they really need to work on like an image change, so that way people don't constantly think of Nintendo as only Mario. I mean, like
no, so I don't think that's fair to necessarily say that like Nintendo's pigeonholed like that. Because if that was the case, games like Bayonetta and Xenoblade Chronicles wouldn't be as beloved as they are, and those are very mature games, I would say.
Well, exactly, but there are still a lot of people who perceive Nintendo as a kiddie system, and there are games like Xenoblade, like Bayonetta, and like Fire Emblem that dispel that. It's just that a lot of people are either willingly ignoring it or don't know about it.
Going and finishing the little thing that you mentioned about if Atlas was really one of the big test beds as to why Scramble is their first officially, at least in terms of Japan, Switch title for them. A really important thing to note for that is that actually the only reason the Switch version is happening for that is because Tecmo Koei's engine, which is because P5 and P5 Scramble run on totally different engines. It's a modified version of Omega Force's internal engine they use on like Dynasty Warriors and all their stuff like that. So Scramble engine was already very flexible, and they had already ported it with stuff like Fire Emblem Warriors and Hyrule Warriors and all the other games they've made before. So it was actually Koei Tecmo's interest in porting it to the system and being like, hey, if we can do this, we can make this engine run on anything. That's why I've been telling people, like, hey, when Scramble comes out, there's nothing stopping that game from launching on PC as well as Xbox One on top of everything else, because like that is Tecmo Koei is very famous for doing that. In Japan, they launched in Japan and Switch, and then in the West they do Xbox, PC, and all the other systems.
Yeah. Well, this is definitely something that is going to be a really interesting how this game is going to come out on the West. We have very little information on the West for now. We know due to leaks that is still in development on translation. I guess I should say it. So I'm really
Pearl, would you
interested.
an
Go ahead.
exclusive leak about Scramble for
Oh,
your channel?
no.
Exclusive.
You guys know, but
I'll give you an exclusive.
okay, go ahead.
Scramble is getting announced, if not next month, at the very, very earliest this month. Atlas/Sega is basically going to be announcing it through the IGN summer gaming thingy. So that's where you'll see that announced. Unfortunately, it kept getting pushed back for reasons that I still can't seem to get an answer for. But yeah, people are going to have that game announced by June. So
Wonderful.
Yeah, that makes complete sense, especially with the leak of Yakuza 7 on Steam. I see that Sega having to announce the games that are already out in Japan that are coming here.
Yeah, and that actually leads into something that I want to talk about. But I do want to say thank you for the leak. I think a lot of people here are really excited to see what Scramble's gonna come out on, like how it's gonna perform on the Switch. I think I'm very curious whether it will sell better on the Switch in the West. Let's face it, more people in the West have bought the PS4 on the Switch than probably in Japan.
100%. Like when you see those people who are, for lack of a better term, port baking, definitely from the Western fans way more than any of the Asian fans.
So I definitely believe that this game is gonna perform really well on the Switch. In fact, myself, I may just get a Switch version. I don't know. I don't like how it performs on the Switch overall, like gameplay wise. But I mean, still pretty good game that I may get on the Switch instead of just PS4. The mobility aspect obviously is a huge plus for this kind of games.
Well, I have a quick question for you guys, since I know that some of you played the complete version for the Japanese version of P5S. Is it possible to change the performance settings like Fire Emblem did?
Switch it is not. Switch is set to just hey wish us luck. So for Switch, it's basically undocked 720p. Pray to God I hit 30 frames a second, and then on
like
docked
20.
it's yeah, exactly. And then on docked it's 1080p. Oh my God,
30.
I hope I can say it 30.
Okay,
it's not.
really?
It's never a stable. 30,
Yeah, that's why I said the
unfortunately, but
performance
it's very
is-
playable.
Yeah, it's very playable. It is not. It doesn't perform at best capacity. Now on the PS4, if you're talking about it, it definitely runs at 60, and it's pretty smooth. I think.
One thing I'm curious about is if Nintendo of America will market Persona 5 Scramble in any way, shape, or form, like they did for when Final Fantasy 7 came to Switch, where it's like, hey, this guy's now play his game.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's tough. That's tough because we don't know really. Because in Japan, the marketing was very nebulous. Sony kind of did its whatever in terms of advertising. A lot of it was on the backbone of Atlas Japan, but they actually market their games pretty heavily there. The weird thing is, like in Japan and in Asia, the most we got was a line crossover drawing of Toad, which is still hilarious to this day to see.
Phantom Thief Toad is goddamn hilarious.
Yeah, but like in the West, it's a lot tougher because Atlas West definitely leans on the backing of their fans when it comes to their internal marketing. But it really all depends on its release timing. I think it's going to be a tough one. I think if the delays have really pushed this game into the fall, which God bless it if it has, this game's going to need all the help it can get. Sony's definitely going to be a total crapshoot. But I think if Nintendo ends up having as light of a fall, it would be very smart of them to kind of lean into this, similar to what they did with Catherine.
Well,
like, really, Catherine is not a big deal announcement. In terms of the direct it was announced in, that was one of the top 3 biggest deals, for the fact that like, there's not a lot going on for the Switch this year.
I mean, if you want to use another Nintendo Atlas announcement, they marketed pretty well Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Oh yeah, well, because of course that was a big first party game for them.
Yeah, well, they published it, so it's different. I think Sega's publishing.
Yeah, but I mean, we all know that Atlas and Sony and Nintendo know that people want Persona on Switch. I mean, I will be damned if there's not a single soul in Nintendo doesn't know that. Because I mean,
I will laugh so hard if people get because this is going to happen. I don't know if people are ready for this, but this is going to happen. It's going to be really funny / really annoying. that people are probably going to get in terms of a real Persona game, quote unquote real Persona, that they're the more likelihood of getting another Persona Q game or Persona Q collection on Switch before actual P5. But the funny thing
Totally
is,
agree.
like that would be great. And then you're gonna watch all the people who are like, gonna be like man babies. Like, oh, we don't want this game. This game's still like this game's great. You guys all complained that it wasn't on Switch before. Now you're not gonna buy it.
I mean,
That would be it's just that for I personally made a video on Persona 5 that I think it's coming to Switch. What you just said, Persona Q on the console would be great. I'd be really happy as a fan if those games were to come. But again, that would create an outrage with the community that the Switch has.
And David,
That
I'm
would be
very,
terrible. Man.
I saw your video. I was very aware of it in terms of like it's coming. It's 100% coming. But you have to think about it right now. They're in the like Atlas is in the PC camp. Atlas could release P5 on Switch right now. They would have to call it. Sorry, I forget which words. Atlas could release P5 on Switch as P5 Classic. They could not do Royal. So think about it like this, though: if they did not get Royal on Switch, the outrage would be massive. So while waiting for the exclusivity window to finish up, that's where stuff like Q would come in and scramble.
Yeah,
because remember, Catherine Classic released 1 month before Catherine Full Body in Asia, and everyone was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, you're totally right. Whenever I saw that announcement for the PC version of Catherine Classic, I was shocked, not surprised, more surprised of the time frame that they did this release. But
they teased it for what, like 5 days before the announcement.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean more of like I wasn't shocked that it was coming out on PC at all. Like I felt like at some point that game was gonna come out. It came out on the Xbox. It made sense.
I mean, I hope that eventually that more Persona stuff goes everywhere, because that's one thing that I'm a major proponent of is put everything on everything. Like put the PlayStation game like SMT games and Persona games on Switch. Put the 3DS SMT games on PC and PS4. Go nuts.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's people happiest is just more accessibility.
Yeah, the more people that can play those games, the better.
I always said this. Sorry, go ahead.
Can somebody just please release 13 Sentinels? Just anybody.
Oh my god.
Release it on phones.
That is like
put that
is
out.
another video that I want to do so bad about this, because I've been waiting for this game forever, and every time that I see Atlas Japan make a post about it, I'm like, man, this game looks so beautiful. The gameplay looks interesting. Like, this is a game that I really want to play, and not a single mention about this game has been done in the West at all. And I don't know.
Well, I hope you bought Sakura Wars, because Sakura Wars came out before it for no reason outside of anime licensing. So enjoy that instead.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
It's fucking fun.
It's you playing it?
Yes.
Sakura. See, this is the big caveat that makes you sound like a huge asshole whenever it comes to Sakura Wars on PS4. Sakura Wars PS4 is a fun game. Sakura Wars as a Sakura Wars fan is a bad game. It's not bad in terms of like it's a bad game to play. It's just like all the things, if you liked that game's gameplay, you are not getting a lick of it there.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so it's like a really weird one of like, yeah, it's like a game, it's fine. It's just like if I never sort of it never shook that stigma of like, hey, we're rebooting this so we can like try and bring a series back, but we didn't want to like bring back its classic gameplay.
I feel like that's going to be the same. It's going to be a kind of a smidgen of that for Yakuza 7, because I think anything that goes as far as to just completely change genres in terms of gameplay is going to turn off some people. Hopefully not the majority. That's really what they're hoping for.
Speaking of genres, should we get back to Persona 5 Royal, everybody?
All right. So that thank you for that, Spencer. I was looking for a segue into it. You just never showed up. But I do want to talk about now that we are done with pretty much the impressions on Persona 5 and the gameplay. I want to talk about the story and the new elements, particularly the three characters that they kind of fixed or added into it. You know, Akechi, Kasumi, Sumire, and of course Takuto. What did you guys think overall as far as the actual content of that whole thing that they did with Kasumi and Takuto? Was that really well executed? Was that what you were hoping they were going to go for, David?
Um, on the characters side, I liked it. My expectations were varied on that front. I can't tell if it met my expectations or not, but I liked it. Especially the build, as I told you before, the build up for Maruki, I think was really cool. I personally did not see it coming for the twist
Pun
at the
intended.
end. So that's sorry.
I said pun intended. Didn't see it coming.
Yeah. So that and also the Kasumi Sumire thing that was also really cool. I liked it.
All right. What about you, Skull? Did you have anything about that?
Um, honestly, it didn't hit me until probably like a week after playing the game, because one thing that I love about Persona 5 that never gets really talked about is that being the 20th anniversary game, that they just combine a lot of the memorable stuff, yeah, from the first like previous 5 games, and like kind of, I guess, they try and like reissue it in a different way, so it, like, if you're not a fan, it's not going to turn you off, but if you're a fan of the series, you'll recognize it. And Royal doubled down on that, and I could not be happier for it, because like a lot of Kasumi's story does mirror Maki from Persona 1, and it didn't hit me until like after playing the game, was like, oh shit. And I love that fan service that's fun, but it's not blatant and annoying if you don't like it.
Right, right. I think that Atlas has a really excellent grip on that front. The fan service that is not really annoying, but it really gets you good. I
Yeah.
think a lot of the moments that were going on reminded me of the good moments that they had on Persona 4. Well, originally when I played Persona 5, I had this not complaint, but this observation about how much fun Persona 4 is as a game. I don't know if you guys think this. Maybe it's the perspective between Persona 3 and 4, not Persona 4 and 5. But
Yeah, that's
Persona.
actually something I was thinking about.
Sorry, go ahead. Persona 4 is such a good game as far as like the fun moments. There's so many good moments when it comes to like the character interactions, the little things that they do, like going to the beach, or all these little moments that they have. Is the fun Persona moments. I think
Yeah,
that
like,
what. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. For C's, it feels like they're more of an organization that becomes close knit, while Persona 4, the team feels more like a really close group of friends, and 5 kind of tries to get that blend in of where they're a close group of friends that also work as an organization. Like almost all of the events that they go to end up getting fucked up in some way. Well, with 3, it's just they're outright ruined entirely. And for 4, it's that they're a happy group where everything goes perfectly, and 5 tries to get a good blend of that dynamic.
Yeah, and I think in some sense they did succeed. In some sense they kind of fail. But I do like those moments. I think those fan service moments when they have like that fun time and everything. That's when it really hits you. That's when the Persona experience happens to me. What do you think about that, Spencer? Is he
So
around?
yeah, I thought it was
Oh,
weird
no.
that you didn't interrupt me.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I kind of like lost the last little bit of a throwaway you gave me. What was the question you were asking me?
We're talking about Persona 5, the good moments of the fan servicey stuff that they add
Oh yeah,
into the
like
game.
with the third semester. I have to say the third semester to me was such a surprise in levels I never really expected. I had even joked around in this with my own show last week of I had no idea who the palace ruler was going into the third semester, to the point where when Sumeri's dad gets introduced to me, I'm like, is it just going to be him? Because I'm like, who are they going to have make sense to be like the d-bag like palace ruler without it feeling really forced and contrived? And not only did it like keep me surprised, kept me like guessing. I like that whole like honestly, my biggest takeaway from it wasn't ever really even Kasumi Sumeri's whole plot twist. It was just the heartbreak and all of the moments of just genuine sadness I felt through that whole beginning segment of the game. Like before you actually even get very deep into exploring the palace, I just was so shocked at like how seeing little things like, oh look, it's Wakaba is actually alive, and this is what their life would have been like, and that moment
Yeah.
of honestly, when the third semester starts and just how powerful it is of you walking through the school in your prison attire, listening to everyone's wishes of like how much happier they'd be if like X happened and things like that. So watching all of those hit me so hard in ways that I was not really. I guess now I was so surprised by it because one of the biggest compliments I give P5R is also one of its biggest detriments is the writing quality and the acting quality has such an improvement in that final structure of the game that it almost made me wonder like why was the rest of the game not like this compelling and well written and like so evenly like paced, because like by the time you get to the point of that, like it almost feels like you're just playing a different game. Like that third semester just felt like it was its own little bonus epilogue game.
Yeah,
And that's like
yeah.
and that's even that's even without getting into Maruki. Like through the course of his whole palace, you feel like you take such a deep dive into his character. It's just like, wow, I have never cared for a villain so much, while at the same time was so ready to like take him down and stop him.
Yeah, yeah, and I think I was extremely conflicted with the whole third semester. I did a whole video on this about Maruki particularly, and his take. I personally think that he was the villain that Persona 5 Royal needed. In a sense, I think
100%.
I don't think that they could have found a much better villain than this. I think that this is such a contrast from Shiro in so many different ways. Such a selfless person that has like this thing that he wants to accomplish for the rest of humanity or the people in Japan. I don't know, and it really hit me hard. I was like, I think Alice did such a poor job as far as trying to get you not to care for him, to kind of like, hey, you know, you need to stop the illusion or whatever you want to call it going on because this is bad. People should have their. I'm like, no, like, are you seeing Haru and everybody just so happy Makoto has her dad back? I mean, like, do you really want to take that away from everybody? And that's kind of like one of those things where I was so struggling so much and kind of like, you know what, I'm gonna go for the bad ending. I did both endings on my live stream. It's a really hard choice to make, and I think in that sense, I don't know if it's really good writing or bad writing, but it makes it so hard to kind of see whether you really want to root for the bad guy, but at the same time you have to stop him. But I don't think the reasoning for the stopping him is really clear. I don't know if you guys agree with this one or
I have to disagree just in the sense of I came up with this analogy recently that I keep being amazed it didn't hit me more sooner. Of Maruki's like felt so well explained to me over the course of like learning through his like VHS tapes and also with like a little bit of his confidant rank, but I understood where he was coming from, the sense of he always came from the sense of I can only make people happy, even if it's at the suffering of myself. So clearly, I should use my power to make people as happy as they possibly can be and like grant their wishes. But the thing that I thought was so interesting about it was like you can still see where he's coming from even after whether you agree with him or disagree. Like the fact that you're telling me you were so conflicted on whether his reality was really a good ending or a bad ending, I think goes to show that for me, that's like a good sign of a like great story writing.
Mm-hmm.
My big comparison for him was anyone has ever seen any of the Marvel movies. Marvel movies for the longest time had the largest problem of I am you, the superhero, but evil. I have your exact same moveset. That is me as a villain. And it had that problem up until Black Panther with Killmonger. And for me, as silly as this is to compare the two, Killmonger is basically Dr. Maruki in Persona 5 Royal. He is aware of what the cognitive world can do. He wants to change it similar to the Phantom Thieves. He's going about it in a drastically different way. Even though you might not necessarily agree with him like the Phantom Thieves do, you have to take him down at the end of the day, even though as heartbreaking as it might be, whether it be having to take his life or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good. You raised a good point here, and I think that that brings me to another character that I want to talk about. We talked about Kasumi and we talked about Maruki. I found Goro a very interesting character in this game, in the aspect where he's no longer a bad guy, but more like an anti-hero type of character, where
where
where his motivations really change over time, but you can still see that he still has kind of like this craving for some kind of friendship with Joker. Even though I found it really interesting in his confidant, where he right at the end he still tells you he hates you, but you clearly see that he doesn't really completely hate you. Like there's certainly a friendship there that he sees in you. And I found it really interesting that he was very aware of the consequences of stopping the third semester, but he still went through something like that, even though he justified it as, well, I only control my own fate kind of thing. I am fairly certain that he was aware of the consequences of
Oh no, he's completely aware.
and
And
go ahead.
that's what I love him. That's why I love him in this game. Is once he takes the mask off and he starts being himself, he becomes such a better character. Like to the point that I even like outside of the whole murdering people to get ahead, I completely agreed with him of that. I'd rather live my life, fuck ups and all, than live a life that someone has chosen for me.
Yeah.
Because fuck you, you don't know what's best for me. Only I know what's best for me.
Right, yeah, and I thought it was a really interesting shift in character. I love that so much. I thought it was a really interesting. I'll be honest with you guys and completely transparent here. I hated not Joker. I'm sorry. I hated him, Goro, through the first playthrough that I played. I thought he was a terrible written character. I thought that his motivations didn't make sense in some aspects. And this game really switched it up for me. I was shocked and I was very happy that they did this. I was like, wow, they sold me in this character that I hated in the original game. He was my least favorite character. I thought originally I thought that his twist was really stupid and the whole pancake thing. Even though it became a meme, I personally thought it was like the dumbest thing. I was like, wow, this cannot be happening in this game. But a lot of
you bring up a great point of like the meme. It's like, all joking aside, like whether you like or like hated Akechi in vanilla P5, his most defining characteristic, at least in the Western fan base, was LOL, what about pancakes?
Pancakes, yeah.
Whereas like now I have so many more like vast emotions and callbacks from him, whether it be silly stuff like going to the bathhouse and just being 100% full homo with Joker, or like super serious
oh man, that's
things like that moment of them fighting in Mementos. Like I love that because like you guys kept bringing up the word friendship. Is I love that like in P5 it kind of like makes it act like, hey, I'm your friend, I'm your rival. Whereas in Royal it goes out of its way for me of just like hitting you home and being like, hey, you are my rival. I hate everything about you. And that is the reason I can't get you out of my head. Like it's that just like he is like so fixated on Joker, and they do like such a great job of fleshing out their relationship. Like obviously, if you were mad at him from the side of feeling slighted against characters like Haru or even Futaba, that's obviously not going to be totally fixated here. But from that rivalry perspective of just like why it starts with just Joker and Akechi in that palace, that's kind of the point.
right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Thing that happened to me in my first playthrough was the confidant link where Akechi brings me to the jazz joint and we have a really great time together, and then he says, no, like maybe I should visit your place sometime, and then the story, like maybe a week after, the story beat happens in which he shows up to LeBlanc and like Sojiro is already immediately pissed at him for like completely ulterior reasons, and Futaba's like hiding. It was like such an unwelcome such an unwelcome presence compared to how he presented himself to me, that I legitimately felt bad, and I wanted to make it up to him.
It's really, see, I love stuff like that because when you look back at the original game, he just pops up in LeBlanc like he's just a regular customer, which like in the story of the world makes like no real sense. Yes, he's aware of it through like the information he has on you, and even like Sai could have told him about LeBlanc, but like in terms of the story, there's really no reason for him to have popped up in the game like that. But after those confidant moments you have with him and like telling him, oh yeah, I live in a coffee shop. It's it just makes it all feel a lot more grounded and real.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say the way that they handled how they kind of wrote around Futaba and Haru dealing with Akechi in the third semester, I thought was really well done. Only because it's like, yeah, we fucking hate him, but we're going to be professionals about this, and just not deal and not think about the other bullshit.
Now, I have to ask just, I guess I'll throw it to David because I feel like we've all been talking about how much we want to marry a catchy now.
In
But
a beautiful.
David, how did you feel about the calling card in the final semester? Because for me, that is like one of the most memorable sections of that whole story for me.
I don't have a lot to say because for the last semester, as I quickly said it at the beginning of the stream, but Final Fantasy VII interrupted my playthrough for Persona 5 Royal, put it down for a few days while I was playing through Final Fantasy. So I watched Kuro's stream for the ending. What you said about Akechi, I think is you said a lot, but what you said I agree with most of it. I think he's a way better confident that he was in the first game. That's for sure.
Did either of you guys have any big takeaways from the calling card? Because for me, Kuro, you almost kind of brought this up when we were talking about how the palaces and the story escalates. I love that while the theming and the importance of the story never like takes a dip, I love how humble and just quiet and intimate that whole calling card segment
Right.
is. Because you have to remember, the last calling card you just did was like you taking over all the screens, like showing everyone in Japan how corrupted Shido is.
Mm-hmm.
To it is just three guys having a really just you could cut the tension in the room with a butter knife.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like the simple act of he gives the calling card by just tossing it to him on the table,
Yeah.
and like it had more emotional weight than every calling card in the game put together.
Yeah, I think the personal feeling. I think that's what I'm thinking of. There is such a personable thing that if you think about a lot of these villains here, and just speaking overall, right? You have Kaneshiro, who is totally unrelated to you in any kind of way, or somebody like I mean, Kaneshiro really brings more memories to me. But any of the other villains here, even Shiro, in some kind of sense, even though you are related to him and almost, as the game put it, almost fated to fight this guy, this really feels like a really personal moment. Not just for Joker, for everybody in the team, but you as somebody that spends this amount of time with Maruki. And this is why I like that they force you to do. He's confident all the way to level 9 to get this, or level 10, I guess, to get this ending because it makes sense.
Yeah,
You
it
spend so
does.
much time with this character. You understand his motivations. Literally, you helped him develop this theory that he has about the cognitive science and all the stuff that he goes through, and you are seeing the end of it. This does feel like a true continuation to that storyline that makes me feel really good. I really like that a lot. His motivations, you can clearly see where they're coming from, and I just love how good that calling card was. You raised a really good point there, Spencer.
Just curious, did any of you guys ever come to the realization of why Akechi has to be maxed out for the third semester to unlock?
I thought it just made more sense.
Uh,
It wouldn't be as impactful if you didn't max him out.
No,
Yeah,
they're
because of the relationship that they
they're,
have with him, the rival thing. I think that's why.
it, exactly. Yeah, David gets to the whole point of Akechi is only in here because Joker, his greatest wish is to see his rival one more time so they can like finally have that final bout they had talked about. If you hadn't gotten and worked that whole way up into that eventual confidant rank becoming a meeting of chance, a meeting of chance becoming a friendship, that friendship becoming a hated rivalry and a passionate like a rivalry that like almost makes like even like the most iconic like ones from like anime like Naruto and Sasuke and stuff like that of like almost look like child's play in terms of like no they are like so connected emotionally and like in terms of like just like how much like what like obviously Joker does not have as much ill intent as Akechi does, but they respect each other's
Yeah.
intentions and everything else is enough. So like if it wasn't for Joker's want to bring Akechi back into this world and make sure he was okay, Marky never would have done that. He didn't bring him in to be a pawn. He brought him in because he was making Joker's wish come true.
Interesting thing though is that and this is just a personal theory, is that because Akechi first showed up in the cognitive world to both Joker and Sai, that part of Sai's ideal world would be one where Akechi was still alive.
I feel
Interesting.
like that I like to think of it as well, but then I also think about, man, this game just didn't really do a lot with Sai in general. So I'm like, she
Yeah.
just kind of got to be a third wheel for their boy date.
Man, I really do think that Spencer is probably right about this. I think this was Joker's wish in some kind of way.
Oh, without a doubt.
It makes sense. It's definitely something that I hadn't really like thought about too much. No, I mean like I thought about it, but not in the sense that you went into. I was thinking a completely different direction. So that raised me into a spoiler. Obviously, it's all spoiler, but at the very end, in the good ending, right before you're leaving, you see Akechi, well, what looks like Akechi walking down the street on the train. Do you think that is Akechi? Do you think that he's still alive,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah.
100%.
Atlas is not closing that door because they know exactly how much the fans love Akechi. At least in Japan, they adore Akechi, and they would be absolute morons to just close the door on him for after Royal.
See,
Yeah.
the question is how they're going to kind of come at it,
Mhm.
especially Kuro, you've beaten P5S, correct?
Yes.
See, what's so interesting is they've set themselves up in a world, and not to spoil anything Scramble related, but the way of how, like, especially with Royal, because the original Persona 5's ending with the animated true ending was kind of like, hey, we're getting together on a road trip, we're going to be BFFs forever, no matter what distance says with us. But like a lot of other different factors in Royal's ending, what make it work so interestingly is like,
Mhm.
hey, we're splitting up, and that's okay. Like we're all going on our own paths. Like we're going to achieve like our happy endings on our own, even without Maruki. But what's so interesting about that is P5S's ending actually elaborates on that even more about that kind of separation, similar to the epilogue of Persona 4
Mhm.
Golden that you get in Dancing. So what will be very interesting is they've almost queued it up to the point where either I think Akechi could have his own standalone game, or something similar to the sense of like even if the whole cast doesn't get brought into it again, it could just be like a duo story between Joker and Akechi.
Look,
Yeah.
I meme that Persona 5 AG stands for Akechi Goro, but if that ends up becoming true, I will go nuts.
Yeah, I think you raised an interesting point that I kind of don't want to go more into without spoiling Scramble, but you have an interesting point here, and I think it's always the talk of Persona 5 Scramble being a sequel to Persona 5 opposed to Persona 5 Royal, since Scramble does touch on some of the same themes that Persona Royal does. It just does it in a very different way.
I have to say though, I find that kind of weird, especially after beating Royal. Of like Royal sets up Scramble way more than the original.
Right, right.
Because
I agree with
if you
you.
think of because if you think of Scramble as a sequel to the vanilla as original, it's like, wait, why are they going on 2 summer road trips? This makes no sense. So then you go into Royal of like they have that separation, and that makes that first get together so much more meaningful. Because if you're going into Scramble having like just gone up the original game's ending, it's like, are we? I just saw you guys. You guys drove me to my house and back. Like I'm coming back in like 3 months. What happened?
I actually heard from because I haven't played Scramble at all, but I think it was from Lettuce who actually said that near the end of Scramble, one of the discussions that they have is about the third semester in Royal, but like a lot of people just think that it's still a sequel to Vanilla, and especially Atlas,
No.
Atlas who goes out of their way to make everything canon, even coma fantasies and dreams and trips to purgatory. So why wouldn't they make Royal canon?
Yeah, really, the funniest thing about Royal with all the story changes, especially to the ending, one of my biggest props I give to it is the only thing that it actually changes. Because actually, and I know a lot of other people agree with this, vanilla, like P5, once you defeat the final boss fight, it's just like, oh my god, why am I watching a montage of the last 3 months in this game? Like, could I not have done anything with this? So
Right.
the fact that found a way to basically make Joker's juvie sentence playable and still canon was so brilliant, because like obviously they all have those memories from what happened in Maruki's dream world. To like everyone else on the outside, it's like, no, he's just been in prison since Christmas Day. Like obviously. Like it's brilliant of like they found a way to like keep what was like a negative for me in the ending still in terms of the story, and the only thing they changed really was how the heroes basically split up at the very end of the cutscene.
Interesting. So I have a question for you guys, and this comes from one of the viewers here, and I'm gonna throw this at David here. Hey, David. One of the people here are commenting as far as like, what if Akechi gets a DLC story? And that brings me to a bigger question. Do you think we should get some kind of story DLC on Persona 5, Royal?
Scramble. Not Royal. Scramble would be the best cheap guess for DLC story.
Nothing more on Royal. No more DLC for Royal, please. Honestly, I don't want it. But at this point, I don't care if it makes sense or not. I just don't want it.
How sad would that be, by the way, if like they did really gross, terrible DLC for like $60, and then they had like a $20 DLC episode that was like an epilogue for Akechi, and it was really great and beautiful. You're like, what? Why can you do this good but the other one bad?
Yeah.
Like it would almost like it would make the Royal look worse by comparison if they did the good guy answer.
Oh yeah,
That would be hard to swallow for me because if it's story DLC, this tends to be the type of DLCs that I buy. Like Zelda, for example, I did buy it because there was like the part with the monk and all of that, the story things I like to buy. Fire Emblem, I did buy it as well. But when it's like cosmetics and stuff like that, I tend to just skip them.
Yeah,
So if it's story, I would have to go against my will and buy it. But I still don't want it.
Well, Japan is notoriously crap when it comes to DLC, and they always have been. And I hope one day they won't be, but I'm not holding my breath on it. But,
Which is understandable.
like Arena, which even then's kind of excusable because that's more Arc System,
Mhm.
but they have garbage with DLC for literally every game that's had DLC in it.
Oh, don't even bring up Arc Systems and the cross game that they did. The
Blaze Blue.
Blaze Blue?
Yeah,
Blaze Blue?
yeah, Blaze Blue.
I like to call it Mugen 2 because it's basically just the Mugen of Arc System works.
I was so frustrated when they advertised all these characters, the Persona, the one of the face front characters there and everything, and then half of the Persona characters are DLC.
Just the top four at like Team A, and then Team B is DLC, and not even Risei.
Right, exactly.
You want to talk about people who get screwed over here. The only actual new characters from Persona 4 Arena don't even get representation in the game they get repped from.
Wow.
Like no Labris, and especially the biggest like one that sucks was no Show. Like Show would have been such a he's basically already a Blaze Blue character.
Oh yeah, Show's completely 100% a Blaze Blue character, which is still why I was surprised when he showed up as DLC in Persona 3 Dancing. I figured that he's just not ever going to show up unless it's another art game. But-
Yeah, that's very interesting stuff. I think Atlas and having so many different developers work on their stuff as well can be tricky in different senses, of course.
I know that a Persona 5 fighting game at this point is inevitable. That it's just like they'll announce it next year at the concert, and I will not be surprised at all.
Definitely.
I
Yeah.
gotta say that's interesting. You're so confident, so because Arc System Works has continued to get busier and busier and busier, and every time the director of Arena has ever been talked about it, he's always been very like, "Hey, ask Atlas if they want it to happen. Like they are the ones who make it happen."
He's not going to say, "Yeah, it's coming," but I mean,
but like he's not like the "Hey, wait and see, keep asking." Like he's not like being like Ari, being like, "Hey guys, do you want P5 on Switch? Like, let us know." He's very much like, "Hey guys, we got like a lot of games. Like Arc System Works has a lot of games, and like." As much as I love, and I cannot stress how much I love Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. Like my community would not be where it is today without that game. Like that game started, like that is how we grew members. We would make lobbies in the Junes Lovers lobby, and we would be like, "Hey, do you guys want to join our Facebook page where we talk a lot of SMT Persona?" Like that game is so special to me. But in the grand scheme of stuff like Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball, Grand Blue Fantasy, like all their other like big stuff that they're working on with other developers, it is a sad reality. But Atlas probably could not afford to pay Arc System Works to make a big 2D fighting game similar to what they did with Arena nowadays.
I had
that leak still has me. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm holding on to for hope because it is accurately portrayed what they're doing with Grand Blue to a T. And then they said, "Oh, well, once they're done with Grand Blue, then there's going to be the Persona 5 fighting game." And considering the roadmap that Atlas uses for releases, it's kind of lining up perfectly because I can see Grand Blue being done by 2021, and I could see Atlas at least trying to put on the concert where they announce new games at the exact same time. So that's
In
kind
a
of why
nightmare,
I'm so
in a
confident.
nightmare scenario, what's going to happen is the lights are going to dim, and you're going to see on the screen it's going to flash from the makers of Jump Force comes.
Oh man, let's
I
not
just
bring
see
this stuff up
like,
here. We could do a whole video on Jump Force.
Everyone will
Game
be
of
like,
the year.
please,
Game of the
please
year.
give us more dancing DLC. Anything but this game, please.
it would be great if they did announce Persona 5 like arena or fighting or whatever they're gonna call it, and instead of Arc Systems logo being there, it's just Bamco, and to see everyone just collectively sigh in disappointment.
It's gonna be one of those moments.
Persona
No,
Arena.
let's not do that. No, from what I heard on leaks, there was something about an interview where they talked about how it was kind of being basically slated to the side, almost delayed to indefinitely. And that kind of sounds on par with what Spencer was talking about.
Literally everything at this point is gonna get pushed back if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
And that's just a sad reality that we're just going to be like a lot of 2020 stuff is going to be 2021, and a lot of stuff that just started development is now going to be TBD.
See, the
Like I
sad
don't
thing
even know how to
is,
affect SMT5, but I know it did.
see, the sad thing is with it is like we keep talking about like Arena. The biggest thing in the community, because I don't know how well you guys really followed Ultimax, because Ultimax came out a year after the PS4 launched. Every time we would ever talk about getting a sequel, we were very aware that Ultimax sold very terribly. Hence why another fighting game follow-up has been very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
It's been like everyone just wanted Ultimax to come to net. That was our one of our biggest disappointments with Cross Tag Battle was like this is the closest thing we're gonna get to an arena follow-up. Like all everyone wanted was just like just give us Ultimax. Like and it's really funny because like we knew because of the files that were in the game, like they were planning on adding Joker to the game. Like we have no idea how far they got to that. But like, even if they just added like Joker and made the game on Xbox One and PS4 at like in like 2015 or 16, right before P5's release, I feel like even that would have done instrumentally better than any of the other follow-ups they've done after.
Yeah,
Dude,
that would have been
I
better.
love that. Whenever there's DLC that advertises a new game, like I love shit like that.
Yeah.
And like when Breath of the Wild had the Xenoblade DLC. Just like completely unnecessary. Nobody asked for it, but I would fucking adore it. And Joker in Ultimax would have been my dream.
Yeah, that would have been good. I think we have a question here for the podcast. Would you like to see DLC for Scramble, like aftermath? Like after the start, but it's follow. Seeing the investigation team or maybe C's. You guys, if you think about it, at the ends of, I'm sorry, I'm about to spoil Ultimax. It's been out for like 10 years, so I'm sorry, but so if you haven't played it at this point, you're not interested. Anyway, at the events, at the end of the ends, you see Mitsuru that she's kind of continuing the Kiryu group. What do you call that? Shadow operatives or whatever. It does raises the question here: should that be part of Scramble, or should I have been part of Scramble? In that sense,
I would say I think if they were to incorporate DLC into Scramble, and my big tinfoil hat conspiracy has even been since before the game was out, was you're going to see no DLC until the game is out worldwide. Koei Tecmo has no reason to release it, like to not only split up the release of the games, but also split up the release of DLCs. I don't expect there to really be a lot of story to them all, but like at the very least, you're going to see a lot of like those fan service stuff for it. So like I wouldn't worry about like, oh, what's the canonical reason of it? Like any character that could get added into Scramble is going to have as much reason to be there as a female Link named Linkle had to be added to Hyrule Warriors.
Right.
Our first thought when I saw the first teaser trailer for P5S that they would announce other characters like the other Warriors games. Like I thought that we'll get the cast from P3 and P4. When I saw the first teaser, I don't know if you guys had that idea in mind as well. Or...
Oh no, 100%.
Yeah,
that first trailer had like not only with like the DLC they announced at the end there, but like there were like coloring hues to like symbolize the other games from the series. So
yeah,
you weren't crazy to think about that. The funny thing is, I bet their DLC plan they had to get a whole lot more ambitious because remember the whole time this game got announced was it was originally just going to be a Muso Warriors game with the Persona 5 cast going through time, whereas then they had to like actually take a step back because if you play Scramble and Curl, you can back me up on this. It is not just a run-of-the-mill Dynasty Warriors games. It is a full-on action RPG.
Yes, that is one of the biggest compliments that I can give to this game, and I haven't done a official review on this, but the gameplay is so interesting in a sense that if you are somebody that plays other RPGs in the style of the Musu games or maybe even hack and slash games, this does such a good marriage of Persona gameplay with that Muso style gameplay, and it's just so perfect. I love it so much. I think it's this is such a genius move from Technokoi. Like it's literally one of the biggest selling aspects for myself. I think this is one of the biggest things for me. The way that they did it is so genius. I don't even know. Like I would have not imagined it whenever it was first announced. I'll be honest with you guys. I was so disappointed. I don't hate the Warriors games. I'm not a person that plays them, and when I saw this announcement, I was like, "Man, this is gonna bomb. This is so bad." And I started watching the gameplay. I started watching the trailers, and I was like, "You know what? If I get a demo for it, I'll play it out and try it out." Demo comes out, I play it. I fell in love with the gameplay. I thought it was so good. I was like, as soon as this game comes out, I'm buying this game. I need to play it because this gameplay was excellent. I don't know what they did, but it was such a genius move the way they came up with it. I think I liked it so much.
See, Kuro, you also left out one of the most surprising parts that I fell in love with it, and like right off the bat, just as a Omega Force fan. And the biggest takeaway for me was when that demo dropped and everyone was like, "Holy crap, this is like really interesting and unique." Like it's more Persona than anyone really kind of expected it to be, even after all the gameplay trailers. Is then when you get that full game, like you realize, oh my god, this demo was like barely scratching the surface. Because think about it, the demo didn't show character swapping, it didn't show the skill system,
Right.
like it didn't show the social aspect element of things, it didn't show how request works. Like the game just keeps getting deeper the more you play it. That was like one of the most rewarding parts of playing Scramble for me, of just like, oh my god, like just like as soon as I got my copy, I was like, before all this like quarantine stuff happened, I was telling everyone I knew who was remotely interested in it at all, or like, just come over and play it. If you put your hands on the game, you will immediately be like, oh, okay, this is why I'm excited about it.
Yeah, no way. Like you're totally right. The demo doesn't do justice to the game. I think that the demo was really good as far as showing the presentation and everything. I feel like playing maybe a later part of the story, not the very beginning of it, would have been a better representation of the demo.
It's tough, especially for people like us who like we're not natively Japanese speakers. Like you and I seem to have pretty similar Japanese understanding, but like it's a very like half story heavy, half gameplay heavy. But like the funny thing is with it, I kind of appreciate it for that, because it is just straight up the opening of the game. So like it gives you that teaser of like, oh, this is pretty interesting, I'll check it out. Because I feel like if it did any deeper, it would almost kind of spoil that like that fun thing of like, it's like getting a candy and then finding a wrapper for another candy, and you just keep going like more and more and more.
Right. Yeah. No. Definitely. I encourage everybody who hasn't played the demo who give it a try. I think that this demo really showcased that there is more to Persona that can be done. I think one of the biggest things that I like to see is all the different weird games that Atlas comes up with. Game comes in mind is the Raito Kazoku games, the hack and slash game series that they have for a while. There is such a interesting game to play. Have you guys played those games?
Oh yeah, those are like one of the last big like gameplay departures outside of like Devil Survivor, in terms of like, wow, they like Atlas, like people kind of feel like Atlas was very experimental. Like before Nocturne came out, there was Mach and X, which is like not directly SMT, but has a whole lot of that team in it, and that is where that engine comes from. And that is a first-person like dungeon crawling roguelike.
Yeah, I mean, like I really, that's Atlas's best, I think, whenever they're really experimental, and that's why that's literally the next thing that I want to talk about. So it's perfect segue here. I want to talk a little bit about the new project that Atlas is working on, RE Fantasy, and what do you guys expect from that project? Because I think that Sega mentioned how they're wanting Atlas to focus more on new IP rather than Persona and SMT. So what do you guys think about that?
Yes, they did. Man, I
Project
don't
Ori
know.
Fantasy, I'm hoping is something more like, I guess, more of a Japanese take on something like Witcher or Dragon Age, where it's because I'm hoping that it's more of a Western or styled RPG and more than just characters and aesthetic. That it truly tries to emulate that style and hopefully succeeds.
Okay, that's a really different take from what I had in mind. I was thinking of RE Fantasy of more of a competition for Final Fantasy in a weird sense. Not
Well,
not
like
in
an
the
RPG.
not in the regular sense, but more of a going towards that fantasy aesthetic type that Final Fantasy is known for, opposed to the traditional fantasy style that we know. For that's
I
what
mean,
my
like
mind
the
was
little I
on.
know of it is that it's just going to be more of a Western-oriented RPG, and it's Hashino and Sojima working on it.
Yeah, so I'm confident on the team. Obviously, we've seen their
Well,
work
yeah,
many times here.
they have a
So,
proven track record.
what about you,
What would
David?
you guys like? What I was about to ask, what would you guys like to see from it? I don't know what to expect. What to expect from it.
I expected just to be, I guess, mystical, something like in terms of expectations. I guess in terms of like aesthetic and style would be something like Dragon's Crown, where
Okay.
it's
Okay.
not so much the exaggerated proportions, but like the classes of like a sorcerer and a
Yeah.
mage and a
And
berserker, things like
mm,
that.
the
But I mean, like
medieval
obviously,
setting as well, or
you still have the dragon lady, the redheaded woman in the suit of armor. I think that she'll be the main protagonist.
yeah. Well, that for I honestly personally have not seen followed the news for this game a lot,
What news?
but by looking at it, well, what news? Yeah, what news? But I've
um,
not followed anything from this game except that I know it's been talked about for a few years now, if I'm not
There's
mistaken.
just some concept
2018, I
art
think.
out on the internet, and
Yeah.
that we know the name is Project Ari Fantasy, and maybe
Okay.
the subtitle is A Fool's Journey.
Okay,
But
so I may know a
honestly,
lot. That's what
we
I can
actually know
understand.
less about Ari Fantasy than we do about
Okay.
SMT5.
Okay. Well, I think
Those are
it looks.
those are both two Atlas unicorns that we need.
Yeah. Well,
what about you,
I don't know
Spencer? What
what
do you
to.
think about this?
Spencer's been oddly quiet.
So with Re Fantasy, I was actually just talking about this with in a different group chat a couple days ago. Of some fans are like, "Hey, I'm really excited for Re Fantasy and I'm really excited for SMT5." Just makes me really worried that it's been so long since I've heard about them, and like, what does this mean for it? And I'm kind of in the sense of like, I am aware enough that for, and this is less for SMT5 but more for Project Re Fantasy. Project Re Fantasy was announced as it entered pre-production, not after it had the initial phase. Like, you were definitely kind of being taken on the ride with Studio Zero, because Studio Zero was formed after the development wrapped of the original P5. Like, they didn't even make Royal. The team who made Golden made Royal. So what's so interesting with that is that they wanted to kind of get out there very quickly and say, hey, we are not making P6. Another team might be, who knows, but we are wanting to do something different. Here's what it is. Here's the theme. It's not going to be anything you guys were kind of expecting. So that's kind of why they probably announced it so early. It's sort of similar to like when Cyberpunk 2077 was announced way, way, way back with that CG trailer. Of like, it's at this stage even now, a couple of years after announcement, of like, it's so nebulous. Like, we can assume it's going to be an RPG, but like, who knows? Is it going to be traditionally 2D drawn? Is it going to still be 3D? Like, what's it going to launch on? Like, what's the kind of tone they're going for? Studio Zero has been pretty open about what their work culture's been like. They've been kind of trying to stay small, but also keep the workflow very different. Hence why
Yeah.
they actually did work on the PlayStation ports of Full Body. That wasn't a very large effort by them. It'd been something they wanted to do even before P5 had
I mean,
released.
that's their baby too, so I totally get it. I mean, that was their little pet project.
Yeah, so like it was more so announced as just like to kind of for lack of a better word, quench people's expectations that P6 is coming anytime soon. And the same thing goes with SMT5 of like, yes, we can kind of assume SMT5 is going to play and maybe be presented similar to other SMT games, but this, like, SMT5 was announced because Nintendo announced the Switch and they needed to make developers come out and say, hey, we are working on games. So like it's so nebulous for me. I feel like I would just be taking such a shot in the dark, even kind of guessing what it would be like, that I feel like I wouldn't really have too much to add.
All right, so
that's a fair expectation is what I said. And if I completely miss the mark, fine by me.
Yeah, it's fine. We're just speculating here. We're just talking about this. But one thing that I do want to talk about, and this is obviously the talk of the internet right now, is SMT5 and its now nebulous disappearance, I guess you can say it. As a longtime fan of SMT, I've been playing SMT games for a really long time. I remember waiting for SMT3 and or Nocturne rather, and waiting for SMT4 for like 10 years. So I'm not surprised that we have not heard about SMT5. I know a lot of people on the internet. I'm kind of like, oh my god, the game is canceled, and I'm like, look, I waited for SMT4 for as long as I did. I think we're gonna be okay. What do you guys think about that?
I think that games this generation have had incredibly long development times, so it's kind of just par for the course. I think that honestly what Atlas should do, if anything, like, and if they give a shit about the Western fan base, which honestly they don't,
They don't.
but like if they did,
I think Skull, it is important to note though, Atlas Japan.
Yeah, Atlas Japan.
It is Atlas Japan who does not, because they're the ones
about the Western
not
fan
Atlas
base,
as a whole.
Not. They would release like some screenshots, maybe like a blog post or an interview or something to satiate people, so that way people can stop being so goddamn annoying about it.
I mean, that's the interesting.
Even like Switch beggars, just some kind of statement for something, so people will shut the hell up.
The interesting thing is that they do statements every time that they get asked about it. In I think the latest one is this new year. They talked about it, and they let people know, hey, we're still working it. It's not canceled. But I don't think it's enough for people. I think people just want to see something. They're
itchy. They're very impatient.
And I brings me to what Spencer was saying earlier, as far as like seeing something. I'm sorry, Spencer. You were talking about this earlier, and I kind of lost what you were saying. But SMT5 was prematurely announced. Because the Switch, they were forced because the Switch was getting out. I mean, the Switch was coming out within months, and Atlas was one of the main people that they showed on whenever they announced all the companies that were going to be working on Switch games. Atlas was right there, front and center, right next to the other developers, and they needed something to show.
And it's not only that Nintendo was looking for games, it was definitely more of a thing of, hey, this is an exclusive. Nintendo has funding gone into this, similar to SMT4.
Yeah, and
so
and
like
I had something to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. I'm gonna be much longer if you let me go first.
I was just about to say that for the SMT5 on the Switch presentation, yes, I agree that they wanted to show an exclusive for the Switch, but I also think that they wanted to show that there would be JRPGs on the console, since the Wii U had no JRPGs, basically. They wanted to prove right away, like, okay, you can see, guys, we have Xenoblade, we have SMT5 that will come. They wanted to prove that they would have something for the JRPG fans. That's my bet on it.
Oh yeah, and that's a really, really great point with it. I thought it was kind of funny though, Skull, that I can definitely understand, and I'm sure people at Atlas all over the world definitely feel the same. Of almost every day I'm going to see on the internet people being like, oh my god, what is up with SMT5? I actually really love having conversations about SMT5, because SMT5 is simultaneously the most ambiguous, weird, exciting, and nerve-wracking game Atlas has probably ever made in their whole history, including Persona 5.
I agree.
And the biggest reason behind that not a lot of people ever talk about enough, is 3 words: Unreal Engine 4. Atlas has never made a game on that engine before, and they are not a big studio. And trust me, it's not going to be just like, hey, let's pop in some SMT skins on Fortnite characters and have a dab. Like, it's going to, and I have even had it on the record before by people who work in Atlas Japan, they are struggling. It is not an easy engine for them to go to, because remember, this team is not the P5 team either. This is we've been working on 3DS hardware for over a decade, team now having to move to Unreal Engine 4.
Honestly, that's something that you bring up a point that I had talked to somebody about. I really don't remember who I talked to this about. SMT 5 is ambitious. It's this Scourger's cat, really, right here, because you don't know what's gonna come out of it, right? But it's so ambitious in the sense that they have so many things that they wanna. Obviously, like you said, the engine. So many people complain about, or more people that know about SMT and Persona. I was like, why didn't they just use a Persona engine? And I'm like, look, I'm okay with the change. It's a good change because Unreal Engine works really well and it does things that the P engine can't, and you can clearly see the limitations here in Persona 5 Royal. So I'm definitely more optimistic than most people about the change in engine. I think this is a really good change. But I don't know if it's gonna be able to hold up to the expectations. I think people, the longer you wait for a game, the more expectations you have for this game. And love it or hate it, SMT4 came out. Some people really liked the game. It was some people's first SMT game, but there were some fans that were waiting for 10 years that were not satisfied with SMT4 as a sequel to the SMT3, which to a lot they hold the game as the best SMT game ever. So what do you guys think about that? Is there a expectation issue here that's gonna happen when the game comes out?
Without a doubt. Anything that takes longer than 2 years will have definitely raised expectations for it, and that's just the nature of the public.
It's sad that you say that, because like for me, and I mean I've obviously had a pretty very like, critical, not even in a negative sense, but I've like written and been covering games since I graduated high school over like 8 years ago now. But like a long tail development cycle is nothing new for someone like me, but that's not necessarily always the case with a lot of other fans in the series. Right. But what's so interesting is, in my head, I always have a hard time wrapping my head around it. Like when I was doing a spoiler cast last week with Gnarly, we started the show by saying, hey, what did we think of Vanilla P5? And his big thing was the game never felt like it lived up to all of its development time. And I find that so interesting because that's such a foreign concept to me. Of like, I never play a game, like I wasn't playing Final Fantasy VII Remake being like, man, this game took them like 5 years to make. I'm like, I just take it as the game that's in front of me. So I find that so interesting of like kind of putting development time into like an equivalent of it. Because like, let's say if Persona 5 Royal got announced when it was started development, it also took 3 years to come out. Like, do you think if people knew Persona 5 Royal took 3 years to come out, do you think they'd be harder or softer on its criticism?
Oh man, you raised a really good question here. I wasn't even prepared for this because I never really thought about this, but it's a really good point you bring. I think the biggest thing that I could compare it to will be something like I'm also a Final Fantasy fan. Oh, I was a bigger Final Fantasy fan than I am now. I waited for a long time for Final Fantasy 15, and when it came out, it was the biggest disappointment on any game that I ever played. And I know people fall on this spectrum and all kinds of stuff, but to me, that game has so many things that I was just so disappointed with when it came to the story or the gameplay or a lot of the different elements. That game had a lot of struggling, and when I looked at it, I don't know if I was unfair to the game because of my expectations and the time that it took for the game to come out, or whether it was truly a bad game as I think it is. And up to this day, I still debate over it. I think that
there are a lot of games like that.
What was
there are like anything that took over a decade, or a little under a decade. Some people can still consider like disappointments. Like I know that I am maybe one of 3 people that actually had fun playing Duke Nukem Forever. I know that Last Guardian did not live up to expectations. I know Alan Wake struggled to live up to expectations. So I think it is a matter of that. The longer it takes, the more people's imaginations run wild in thinking of how great the game is going to be. And that's the only reason why Royal doesn't get a lot of the flack that it does, was because it was publicly announced last April. If they had announced it as soon as it went into pre-production, I think a lot of people would have had higher expectations for it and been more disappointed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
It's not like when Persona 3 came out. When the game came out in America, it had already been announced that Fez was coming out in a couple of months
Oh
in
man.
Japan. That was a very special
Oh,
time, and
oh, Spencer,
as being a fan.
that literally happens to me. I bought. My friends had talked to me about Persona 3, and I was like, "Holy shit, I need to play this game!" So I scoured everywhere. I live in America in a really in a suburban area, so it's not like you can just walk up to whatever and just buy Persona, especially at that time period. So I went and bought Persona 3. Finally, after going through like literally every GameStop or game store in my city. And finally, I found a copy of it, which was used and it was in a terrible condition. And Fest gets announced, and I was so livid about it. I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna play this, but I was very frustrated about it. I don't think I picked up Fest for a long time after that, actually. I think Persona 4 had come out by the time that I went and purchased Fest, just because of that.
I
Yeah.
guess I feel more fortunate for getting into the series of Golden. Wow, that must have been just a good kick in the teeth, especially because definitely the Persona fandom, as or whatever the equivalent would be around that time, was not what it is today. So like
Sure.
that was completely acceptable, was to have the vanilla game release and then the update come out in Japan at the, at the
Right,
same
yeah. I mean,
time.
the fandom has
Or-
changed with the release of Persona 5. I think it's changed quite a bit of time. I don't know. I can't imagine getting into Persona now because I don't know how people go back into the old games and kind of like, holy shit, Persona 1 is such a good game. I mean, I
think
played.
shaming. That seems to be the surefire method that people have been using is just through shaming.
No, and honestly, I would say one of my favorite things is I had a similar topic come up in a podcast I did a couple of weeks ago. Of some of my favorite things is I love how diverse this franchise has gotten, whether it be Persona alone or just SMT. Of one of my favorite examples is I met somebody through playing Persona 4 Arena. They became a fan of the series just through that game. And now their like favorite games of all time is SMT Soul Hackers, Shin Megami Tensei 4, and like Persona 2 Innocent Sin. So like it's so funny to like see how like they've really like branched out and stuff. And even someone like me who has played almost definitely every English released game in a large amount of the Japanese titles, like one of my favorite titles of the entire fandom is like still Persona 4 Dancing All Night, which is just like yeah, it's like such a huge departure, but like at its core, like still has like a casting crew and characters of stuff I love. I love music and I love rhythm games. But like I think right now it's only a weird time to be like an introductory fan because one of the things people don't talk about a lot is, and this is still sadly the case, while Persona 4 was very easy to make fun of for all of its spin-offs and stuff, Persona 3 was no different. The
Always
only
was.
real the only real difference with this is Persona 5 tried to launch with that much hype going into all of its spin-offs and all of its side projects. So obviously when Persona 5 launched, you had an OVA, you had a manga announced, you had more anime coming out, you
Oh
had
yeah,
games
yeah.
immediately going into
At
development.
least we can
Like
see.
before
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, like before P5 was out, there were other side projects that had already entered pre-production development. Like PQ2 like started development as soon as P5 was like almost out the door,
Hmm.
and other little things like that. So they just assumed, okay, hey, we can do this. But as they found out, a lot more of the spin-off titles, whether like their quality aside, it's just not received the reception that the other kind of titles have. So it's kind of funny, like we can look back at something like Arena, and even though that's such a crazy departure, it was easier for people to act like the Arena games were a good stepping on point for the franchise, and yet games like Persona 3 and 5 Dancing have alienated so many others in the process.
I
Yeah.
think it was just a matter of placement. Like
Mhm.
again, Persona 5 Dancing is a good game, but it should not have been the first spin-off, considering that like now so many years later with royal characters and Persona Q2 music, and like it should have been at the end where Persona 4 was. I appreciate them for not wanting to copy the formula directly, but I think in hindsight it was a smarter idea to just leave it at the end.
Mhm.
Yeah. What about you, David? Have you played many of the spin-offs? What's your take on that?
I've played. You mean for the whole Persona franchise, or
Yeah.
I played P4 Arena, not Ultimax. I played Arena, and I'm looking at my games right now. I played Persona Q. And I think that's it. Honestly, no, I've not played that many of them. I've not played the dancing games. They never looked that interesting to me. I'm just honestly, I'm starting to get into the SMT franchise. I came into the SMT with Persona. I played Persona 3 at first. I played 4, then I played 1 and 2, Innocent Sin only, and then I started getting into SMT. I played SMT 4 for now, and that's it. You guys will probably roast me, but I'm still a new fan,
Oh,
so
dude, that's
I
good. It's good to have a different perspective. I think that having been a fan for so long, sometimes I forget like how people get into games. Like it's so different. Everybody has like a different entry point.
yeah.
I see so many people roasting people that get into SMT because of Persona. Like that was a big thing back in the day. I don't know if Spencer remembers
Oh, it's
this.
still a thing.
Oh
I
no,
can
that's
confirm
No, no,
it.
no.
It's still a
But
thing.
but back
still
in
happens.
back when Persona 3 and Persona 4, well, back when Persona 4 came out, I remember it being such a huge deal that people got into SMT because of Persona. I was like, oh man, are you playing Persona? Like, like there
I
was
don't
something
know
like
why.
like like it was something like a hate kind of thing.
Nah, there
Uh,
was always the name of play a real Shin Megami Tensei game.
Oh
right.
Yeah,
no,
but
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no,
it's
no, no. For didn't that in that PlayStation 2, like around the 2012 and earlier era, you would have people, whether you were your favorite game was Digital Devil Saga or Persona 3 Fez, like they were all on equal playing field. Because you have to remember at that time, like the moniker had not left it. They were all Shin Megami Tensei
Hmm.
games, and that's the kind of
Mhm.
moniker that because like one of the things people don't recognize with SMT Network is like I started that as just a podcast in 2012 called the Persona Podcast. I know,
Oh
very
wow.
original name, but I had eventually spun it out to just Shin Megami Tensei Network because whether it be something sort of related like Persona or even something super duper loosely related like Quantum Devil Saga, like I just count that all as like part of like the SMT like whole like universe and stuff for it
Yeah.
because I will very rarely see someone who, if they liked the world and the character building of something like Catherine, can't have something to grab onto from, let's say, something like Persona 1 and 2.
Exactly, and that's my thought as well. But for being a new fan of SMT, I saw it, and I personally had some people tell me like, okay, yeah, well, you're coming from Persona, so that makes you like not a real fan or some
I get
bullshit
that
like that.
bullshit all the time.
That's
I actually
come on,
got it
that's
while we were
terrible.
recording. Was saying that he's that I've never played any game outside of Persona 5, and it's laughable that mindset even exists. To be honest,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I guess that's a
like why discourage when you can
gatekeeping.
encourage people to try the other games
Right.
instead
Yeah.
of saying, "No, fuck him, he's only played one game."
exactly, exactly.
Oh, well, that brings me to something that I see on the chat. Actually, quite a bit. They're talking about this here. Um, Ports, and I know port begging is a thing right now. So I'm not gonna talk about port begging itself because I mean honestly that's a tired subject to talk about.
I
But
understand the concept of port picking just because any game plus portable equals at least good in theory. So I
right.
get why people do it.
So what I want to talk about, kind of like, what do you think? What would you like from Atlas as far as like a game that will be ported over to the Switch or I don't know, your phone or the PC, or like, what would you like to see ported? Not remastered, not remade. What would you like to see ported on newer hardware?
Like a direct port.
Yeah, like a direct port. Because honestly, like, porting is 100 times easier than remaking a game or
Yeah,
remastering a
of
game,
course.
and
Golden.
it's literally free money for Atlas. Because I mean,
Yeah.
other than a couple tweaks here and there, and maybe like paying people to translate the game, is still the easiest way to make money for Sega. Well, at this point, really Sega, because that's who owns Atlas now. So what would you like to see
Golden.
from Golden?
One word, golden. Only because that's only on PS Vita, so a lot of people don't feel like making the investment of buying a Vita, buying a memory card, and buying the game. So, well, like with FES and with Vanilla Persona 4 and 1 and 2, they're on other systems. Like you can get PSP and PS Vita or PS2 and PS3. So port Golden to something so at least it can be Vita and PC or Vita and Switch
Yep.
or Vita and PS4, whatever.
Yep, exactly. I had two ideas for a direct port. I had the same pick, Persona 4 Golden. I think it's a good pick for us. I would like to have it, and I think it's a good pick for Atlas as well because I'm reading the comments for the stream, and I see people are calling out Persona 2, but I don't think it would be as successful as 3.
I feel like there's only one way that EP will ever get that PSP translation, and that's if like PS5 has a PSP to PS5 thing, and I don't really see that happening right now. Otherwise, like they don't really have a reason to port it anywhere.
Yeah,
Like they don't just make this shit out of the sky. They have to have a reason for it.
right, right, and I think that's one thing that I always kind of say that other people argue with me on this online all the time. I don't know if Spencer can agree on this, but when I talk about like the older games, Persona 1 and 2, or even the SMT games that are pretty much old, I don't think they aged very well when it comes to gameplay. Story wise, they're excellent. I love Persona 2.
Story wise, it's
I think
masterful. But yeah,
Persona 2 is
gameplay
an
is
excellent game. I think that when I ranked it fourth out of the 5 games. That is because the gameplay, in my own experience, is not very good. It didn't age very well, and I'm surprised that they went to such a weird gameplay because other SMT plays didn't play like that. That was a thing unique to Persona games back in when Persona 1 and 2 came out.
As
Uh,
much as I love those games, you're not wrong.
yeah.
I recently replayed Persona 1 on the PS Classics. Man,
What
it did not
the
age
ported
well.
version?
On my PlayStation, the original version on
Uh,
that's
well, the,
Revelations Persona.
ah, yeah.
It did not age well at all.
No,
Like
because
zero.
it feels like a 4 kids cartoon, which is the reason why I always call it 4 kids Persona. 'Cause
Okay.
it's oddly censored because they just don't want it to be Japanese. But when I was streaming Innocent Sin last year, I remember that like within my first encounter with Joker, I was like, this needs on a level of like 7 remake, where just new engine, everything's 3D, it's more turn based, and I think that the entire fan base would fall in love with Tatsuya.
yeah,
Unfortunately, what you just asked is for
Impossible.
no. What you did is what like all the Final Fantasy fans who are like, why is Final Fantasy 7 getting remade? We need Final Fantasy 6, which is like the more like classically loved kind of game in the series. So I've been a little bit more quiet just because I really wanted to just kind of think of what you guys thought. For the longest time, I've actually already had a game plan ready. So hey, Atlas, I've tweeted at you many, many times. I already have a game plan booked out for how you can release all of your titles as cheaply and perfectly as possible. You already have a sub brand ready for this. Who here is aware of Sega Ages, developed by M2?
Like the series, but like I know they've stuck mostly to arcades, but I think like
Okay,
they make
so Sega Ages, for anyone who's not aware, is basically, well, outside of being cool, because guess what? Sega backwards is Ages. Sega Ages has been since almost, God, I think, I know at least Saturn started with, these are ports of classic Sega IP properties, but being brought up into modern generations of systems. Right now, Sega Ages has primarily stuck to Switch, and what they have done is just the easiest thing ever of take a classic series, whether it be like Sonic the Hedgehog or Final Fight or something like that, not Final Fight, like a Streets of Rage, um, get a
completely.
title, make the best kind of version of it possible that sticks to the classic port version of it, while also adding in quality of life features and fan appreciated like stuff. So a good example would be Fantasy Star 1. Fantasy Star 1 is a dungeon crawling first person RPG that had heavy reliance on mapping out levels for yourself. Now in the Sega Ages version, it auto maps everything for you. It lets you know when secrets are there. You can toggle between different versions of the game. Very friendly without having to do a lot of heavy dev time. So what Atlas could do, and I still cannot believe they've not done this, is just make Atlas Ages. Or just make a different kind of spin-off, but still have M2, because M2 is like the best in the biz when it comes to making classic games happen.
I think the
They could start.
sole. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. They would just have to start by the easiest ones out of the way first. Do SMT1, SMT2, and SMT if, and then they can get crazier from there if they view it as financially successful. Because it is still crazy to me that after all of these years, Atlas has still never officially released SMT2. If it's a little more forgivable, but that's like if Square Enix literally still in the year 2020 never released Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 3 sucks ass, but it is important to the history of that series and deserves to be put out.
Yeah.
So
I think the
they
sole
could
reason
like just release these games, and if you guys remember from the iOS ports, that was the translation of that was actually worked with a guy who had done the first translation on PC back. So like they're used to working with fans, and they can make these games accessible without like making them like crazy expensive and still adding in quality of life features to bring in newer fans who are more kind of turned off by the older, stiffer mechanics.
and I will say that this sounds great, but the one thing that really stops it is that Sega's policy with Atlas is to just kind of let them do whatever they want instead
Oh
of
no,
being a
yeah, I'm
valuable
aware
asset.
the only one stopping this from happening is Atlas. I'm not like I'm scratching my head wondering, boy, what are they doing? Because like they have a plan. What they've been doing is what they've been doing. It's just one of those things of like it is so odd that, and this is a bigger problem as Sega as a whole, of like Sega is a brand that yes is primarily known for stuff like Yakuza and Sonic the Hedgehog, but they have a lot of their IP wealth is from nostalgia of their IP,
Yeah.
whether they're doing stuff with it actively or not. But it is so odd that at the same time, one of their sister companies, a company with a just as rich and just as deep nostalgia level for their past games, gets almost no love. Like a good example is who here is aware of the Namcot collection?
I
I have heard of the
Yeah, I
Namco
heard that. Yeah.
collection.
So the Namcot collection is a port coming to Switch that's going to have a whole bunch of old Bandai Namco, aka Namcot games that are ported to that were ported to the Famicom and are now just going to be emulated on Switch. They're going to have a whole bunch of other DLC games as well, and one of them is going to be the first ever modern port of Digital Devil Saga on the Famicom, which has never been released for. It's only going to be Japan, but just the fact that like this is happening is really really great until you realize it's Bandai Namco is the only one that's making it happen. Like
Yeah.
Atlas has nothing to do with it. Like they don't care about it. Like they're just like, oh, you'll pay us money to put our game in there for you. Sure, do it. Whatever.
Interesting.
It's
That
easy money for the developers to
I
do
still
things
think
like
that
that.
Sega needs to be more involved in what Atlas is doing,
yeah, I
if
don't.
only
Yeah.
because hey, here's some money that will help you make your game better, and hey, can we use Joker in like the next Sega crossover thing? Like it works out perfectly, but they have the more policy of just let them do whatever they please, and it honestly it to me it feels like more of a detriment than a benefit.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I fall on the other side of the stream on this one. I think that is good that Sega takes this hands-off approach, just because you see many other developers, especially here in the West, when it comes to developer versus the brand corporation that owns them. You know, you can see many examples out there. I'm looking at one right there in my face with Mass Effects and EA, but I'm okay with that that the hands off approach. Kind of do your own thing as long as it sells. Because after all, that's kind of what I think. As long as it sells, it's okay. If it's not selling and it's not making money, I'm pretty sure Sega is gonna be involved in that project as soon as possible.
Mm, mm.
I don't know. Well, I have another thing I want to talk about here, and I kind of wanna branch into coming back to Persona again because we we branched out of it again. But what are your expectations for Persona 6 or the next Persona in mainlining the series?
I
Uh,
expect it to be insane and completely different.
Completely different. Okay, that I like that. I like completely different. I think that we need with the new direction, literally the new director for this game. I expect some different changes. I'm hoping for a better tone. I think the Persona games have an interesting tone that they go for, but
Mhm.
I would like something not SMT, but definitely a little bit more serious that kind of brings a different kind of storytelling. David, what do you think about that?
Oh, yeah, I had a question for you, Skull, for what you just said when you say completely different. Do you want them to focus on if you had to choose a specific team that you want them to focus on, would it be like combat, the way that it work? Would it be as Kuro just said, the setting. Do you have a preference for a
My
different?
mindset is that like the only thing that they've made sure about Persona 6 is that it's got to match or beat Persona 5 in terms of reception. And honestly, they can go in any direction that they please as long as it's not continuing Hashino's vision, because I kind of like that about Persona is that they have the trilogy, then it's something else, then another trilogy that
Okay.
completely negates the other one. And I
Okay.
want to see that happen. And I know, and it's an unfortunate reality I've made peace with, that one day that like Naya, Tatsuya, and Maya are gonna that Minato, Narukami, and Joker, they're going to be in the same camp as those three, where everybody's gonna say, "Oh yeah, Persona 3 doesn't exist because Atlas doesn't acknowledge it anymore." That it's gonna happen, and it's something I've just made peace with,
Okay. Interesting.
as depressing as it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an interesting thought that I actually never thought about it that way, but it does make sense. With a new direction and a new way to have a new game. I think that a new trilogy will come and new things will happen, and I don't know if that's a good change or a bad change. It's definitely gonna be interesting to see
I
how
guess
it
my
turns
one
out.
expectation is that the character writing remains on par as it has been for the previous six games,
Right.
where like nobody feels paper thin.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's really good. I think that the character writing is pretty good in these games. Spencer, what do you think about the other directions? What is there something that you would like to see?
So, a large suggestion that I've always had for Atlas as a whole is they need to stop being kind of scared in terms of taking risks in the settings and the time. It does not always need to be modern-ish day Tokyo. Feel free to explore around. There's a reason why people love the setting. Like me, I love the setting of Persona 4 because that small town feel is still
Hmm.
so unlike anything you see in all the other Persona games. And even if they like kind of like took like why they decided to go back to small towns, or even if they were risky enough to like say, hey, let's say if we want to keep this primarily themed in Eastern culture, doesn't have to be Japan. We can check out other parts, or it could be like taking the road trip motif we've seen with Scramble being done so well. Of like, hey, what if it is like someone is just not just stuck in a school year, where we are actually stretching out a long period of time for a task like a good example would be like a Shenmue. Obviously, not in terms of its like setting with the first one, but of like taking, hey, here's a small town, but we're going to actually make this town feel like a town. Because Persona 5 Royal, even with all of its new additions and stuff like Kichijoji, Persona 5's world still feels like it's 80% made up out of menus. And that's something that I really wish they could try and commit to even more in the future with like, hey, we want this world to feel more alive. We don't want it to
Right.
just feel like it's baby's first Yakuza. We want this to feel like you are immersed and you're living in this world, whether you are fighting personas or whether you are just making confidants and social links. So I think if they could commit more to the world building, I would be a lot happier. I think in terms of gameplay, they've shown time and time again, especially after Royal, that they've totally got this on lock. And yeah, just
Good
don't
point.
be afraid to like make new settings because I know they're very like they're almost the opposite of pandering in terms of like they could care less what the American audience really thinks in terms of the setting. But I've even heard from like even Japanese fans of the series who were like, hey, let's try not to just make it big city Japan.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I'm sorry. One of the comments there totally cracked me up there. But as far as your, I think I agree with you there. I think that Japanese, particularly companies, are very traditional. I worked for a Japanese company for a while, and they have an interesting model where changes take a lot of time for the company to kind of evolve in a different direction. I think they feel whenever they find like a sweet spot and it kind of it's just right. I think they just kind of stay there. Not saying that there's no creativity, because obviously with the Persona games and pretty much the SMT games, you can see they have a really good creative minds behind the games that they make. But I mean more in the sense of the changes that you can see, like a tone change or like a theme change or something like that. I think that always kind of not scares them, but kind of like is on a more doubtful side whether it's gonna work out or not. Um, but I don't know. I will be open to changes. I'm very open to new ideas, to new kind of game style and everything. For example, like you said, Tokyo in Persona 5, whether it's Royal or this one, feels really authentic when you're walking through it, but because you're with so many menus and so many things that you can do and everything, it feels so big yet so small, especially if you compare to any modern RPGs or open world kind of game. I'm not saying that we need a Persona open world game per se, but I think that Tokyo felt extremely small for what we had, especially with Royal coming. I think that a little bit more amplitude when it comes to the cities that you can visit and everything would have been really welcomed. Even if it's just an additional, you know, 3 stores that you can visit to or whatever. I think would have
Hmm.
gone a long way on that end.
I get what you're saying. I'd also like if they could change the school setting. Personally, I think
Right.
it's
I'd
gotten
be down
old
with
a
an
bit.
adult Persona game,
Mm.
at least one
When I
starring adult.
say, yeah, correct, exactly, that would be great. Sometime people they put me on the spot when I say this that I want something else than the school setting because I don't have another specific idea. But just as you said, there's like an adult that lives a certain
I
like
mean,
a
I feel
normal
like
life, has a
the
job, something
character
like that.
writing of Catherine kind of encapsulates that
Yeah,
idea of what a adult dynamic would be for a Persona game.
yeah,
At
that's a
least in
good point.
regards to like the dynamic that Vincent has with his friends.
Right, yeah, and
Yeah,
I don't like that dynamic. I think that the
I liked it
I
too.
personally am a proponent of a college setting. You know, something more mature that you can work with. You can still be a student, but more much older ones. You can deal with teams differently. The thing that I have with I read a lot besides in my free time. Besides playing games, I read a lot of young adult novels and everything. And an issue what I see the young adult novels when it comes to high school setting is that teenagers deal with a lot of things, but they'll deal with a lot of different stuff that adults kind of like. It's a different kind of feeling, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, all of you guys are, past that teenage time.
Yeah.
But you experience you no longer have to deal with hormones and that kind of stuff. So we would deal with different in such a different kind of approach and way, um, and it kind of almost disconnects you from it. I think when I was playing Persona 5 Royal this time, I was almost getting kind of like, why would you do this, or why are you acting this way? And I'm no longer kind of like, it feels kind of odd and to say this, but I'm almost 30 years old, right? And I'm almost kind of like in the sense that I'm almost like disconnected from the game in that aspect. I don't know, like I still enjoy it and I liked it a lot, and I like this high school setting. I think it's the perfect setting for a lot of different games, but I think Atlas and the games have evolved in, like you said, the character writing is so deep and so interesting that I like to meet some other characters and not feel like I'm a child talking to this 40-year-old man about politics without being weird about it.
See, Kuro, you bring up a really interesting point that you can actually kind of it gets into one of the things I'm excited about. If they did get out of the school setting motif, is that Royal and even Scramble have shown us how great and how well written adult Persona users can be with Maruki and Zenkichi. That it's just like, man, imagine if like we had like a whole cast made up of like people who were like had this deep of a life already kind of set when we see them awakening to the persona.
That'd be great.
Right, right. And I mean, even if you want to refer to, you can refer to Persona 2, for example. uh Eternal Punishment, which has majority of an adult cast, and their lives and the things that they deal through is completely different from what you expect from Tatsuya and his team on the first playthrough, which with Innocent Sin. And I feel like it's such a.
I guess one of the reasons I kind of bring up those two outside of them being the most recent
Mhm.
is obviously because the majority of the writers who worked on that first trilogy are obviously off and working on other stuff. By the way, play Caligula Effect if you guys like OGP2.
Mhm.
Um, I did want to say though, because even though I love P4, like while Adachi is like a pretty interesting character, he's not a perfect character. Let alone like an example of like, here, everyone, we did a adult persona character. Look how deep he is. Like, well, like he has multiple facets to him, but like when you compare him to like even just Maruki and stuff, and I know I keep bringing up Scramble for it, but I cannot stress this enough. If you
Hmm.
guys enjoy adult Persona users, Zenkichi is like the best Phantom Thief member, and no one knows
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. He's definitely such an interesting character, and I think a lot of fans or most of the fans. Let's face it here, the games are mature rated, at least in America. I don't know what is rated like in other countries. I know Europe is a 16 plus, right?
Hmm. Yep.
So it's definitely written for a more mature audience, and I think that the audience is ready for something a little bit more on that aspect. I don't think I'm the only person that has ever mentioned this, or I'm definitely not gonna be the last ones to. But I think change is good. I think the direction could be interesting, even if it's high school characters that they add into a story plus adults. I think that will be interesting. Speaking of adults, oh man, I'm approaching spoilers here. Persona 3 has a very interesting set of characters, adults, that I think provide a very interesting perspective, even if you don't really, it's not a social link. Um, without spoilers, he's your counselor that not counselor, the guy that takes care of your dormitory.
Kutsuki?
Yeah, he's a very interesting character. I don't think he's particularly deep, but certainly a character that brings a lot to kind of like a very
He
interesting
was
kind of different
retroactively given
character.
depth with show.
Without spoiling anything, right, and everything. I think that his motivations and everything, something like I was like, oh man, like we need more of these kind of characters that have kind of like an underlying reason of just being here rather than being an adult or seeking supervision and everything. And I feel like that's where Persona 5 kind of almost like Mr. Mark Jet made some really good, compelling adult characters, like in such as Sojiro. I think Sojiro is a really well-rounded character. Like all the stuff that they did for him were really interesting. The motivations they went for, going from "I hate your guts, why are you even in my house" to "I want to adopt you." In the later, and at the end of the game, I thought it was such a good way to kind of write a character. And then like he was talking about, Spencer was talking about Senkichi earlier, and even Maruki. Those are really deep characters that are adults that I kind of see like working with and kind of playing with, more than a teenage boy that can do everything and does everything.
Honestly, I can't think of
Yeah.
any of the P5 characters that were like the adult P5 characters that were poorly written. Like
Oh,
I think
I was like just about to bring up like my greatest offender, who like I to this day I hate that he's even in the story. The SIU director, he's the least
Useless.
important character you have to see
Hmm.
so many times, and it's like you just exist as a middleman for Shido,
pretty
and
much.
we never even see you. You're like such like there's so much wasted screen time on this guy who just dies off camera.
Right.
There would be
He's the
no
biggest
difference if you
offender.
take this
Yes.
guy off the game.
Right.
No, like literally, that's like what makes it like kind of frustrating. But I guess also it's a good thing they kill him off, because like his replacement in Scramble is thankfully a lot better and like a lot more explorative a character. So at
Hmm.
least like whoever they got to like replace like to replace them in Scramble, it's like okay, because like the SIU is like this nebulous thing of like okay, you guys are like detectives who work with the police, but you're not really the police, but you have way too much power to just be detectives. Like it's very weird and nebulous and kind of just like what can you do and what can you not do? It's just sort of like you just seem like this like crazy like political middleman who has no relevance to the story, yet the story keeps acting like he's an important villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also that's why I was saying that Persona 5 did both Mr. Mark or Jet wrote really good characters. I mean, like even if you want to get on the bad side, like we have so many bad characters in this not bad guys, but overall just like bad written characters. Like Shido, I felt Shido was a really poor villain in poorly written villain on the original Persona 5. Fortunately, Royal kind of mitigates that, not by rewriting Shiro, but by rewriting Akechi, and I thought that was good. But I still don't think he's a good villain. I think that a lot of the villains are just really cartoon villains kind of thing, like haha, I'm really bad and I do bad stuff. for the sake of it.
Cartoony exaggerations, but some of it is based in truth.
But at the same time, I think it adds to that perception of you being a high school student. That's all you know from that perspective. I don't think that's why it was written that way, but that's the way I interpreted it myself. Kind of like, okay, you're a high school student. You're not really like looking into the motivations behind all these people that do really bad stuff or everything. But I think, especially when it comes to the fact that you have to steal their treasure, and you're always kind of curious, what is their treasure? What is the motivation for being the way they are, and everything like that.
Obviously, that's something like Psychonauts, where like within the palace that you get the backstory of why they became so fucked up, like with Maruki,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
their motivations. But I think it was smarter not to try and make the rapist or the murderer sympathetic in any way. Like
Definitely, yeah.
it's better to make them cartoonishly evil, so that way there's no room for interpretation of, hey, maybe he's not so bad. So, no, he's a prick, and you got to take care of him.
Right, yeah, and I like that. I like that, but I also like to see some kind of reasoning, because to me, everybody was Akechi in this game. Not Akechi. I'm sorry. Persona 4. What is his name? Oh God, I forgot.
Adachi?
Adachi, yeah. Adachi, yeah. To me, in Persona 5, everybody was Adachi. I am evil because I am evil. Sure, you have some corruption going on or whatever with a heart or whatever, but it wasn't really kind of like a. And I don't like that. Maybe I'm just seeking for something here that is not really here. But I'm just even looking at SMT games, really. You know, when you have the law and chaos kind of balance thing, and it's something that I kind of like missed in the Persona games in this sense. Not necessarily that I'm looking for it, but I'm kind of like almost kind of like I want it, but not to that extent. I'm just seeking for more motivation from villains. I think that'll be good, because Spencer was talking about um, Marvel having this issue, which they do. They clearly do have the issue with villains and not kind of like working all the way. Kind of like the mirror reflection of themselves. They have the same kind of powers and that kind of stuff, and that's true. It's an issue, and I think it was an issue in this game too, a little bit, not as much. Because like you said, you don't want to root for the villain 7 times or 8 times that you're going through every.
Yeah, and also it doesn't look good in terms of writing if you're trying to even present a take in which the rapist slash pedophile is sympathetic in any way whatsoever. Like you could go, they could have taken the option of going into Kamoshida's backstory and trying to figure out what exactly happened in his life to make him such an arrogant fuckhead. But it's probably best if we don't do that.
Right, and I'm not actually. That's why I didn't actually mention Kamoshida, because Kamoshida, to me, he was really well written, and you can see kind of where he's coming from in a sense of like why he's such a fuckhead and why you want to beat the shit out of him. But I mean, some of the other kind of like villains like Okamura, I think somebody just mentioned it here, where he was kind of like a gray area kind of character. Like, sure, she was a
He was
shithead,
the most sympathetic of all the
but
assholes.
but do you really feel that he was warranted for that? Or even like Sai, like Sai lost track of herself, but did she really need to have a palace? I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I think that her character was really misused on both games, whether it's Persona 5 or Persona 4 Royal. I
I
think.
think the concept of the metaverse itself is too interesting to just leave it alone as it is, and
Yeah.
that's why I'm glad that Royal took the idea and said, "Well, you can use this concept in a different way other than just stealing the heart of the corrupted." And they even in Maruki's Palace, they list different ways in which you could steal hearts and it would have different effects. And I'd love to see that actually put into practice in like
Right.
future spin-offs.
And I like that. I like that a lot, because I kind of wanted to talk about this way at the beginning of the. I didn't know how to bring that up, and you just brought it up perfectly for me. So I have this thought in my mind with the last trilogy, Persona 3, 4, and 5, when it comes to the way that they deal with their cognitive world, whether it's the midnight channel or the dark hour, or now with mementos, because it's exactly the same, and you can do things, but the evil villains go about it in such a different way. If you think about it, all three of these worlds do exactly the same thing. They just in Persona 3, for example, you have the people that are dying from, or not dying, but what would you call that? I don't know, going in a vegetable state, kind of thing. And then of course there's Strega behind them, kind of doing their own thing and everything. And that's something that is happening on Persona 5, just in a different way. Um, so I just find it so fascinating that the world and the powers can be used in so many different ways, and the villain is just completely different at those different things. Yet is still the same kind of world and everything. I think it's very interesting how uh, Alice never really tries to connect them, but you can kind of put the points together. That is kind of almost a
I mean,
similar.
they have to in some kind of roundabout way.
Right? Yeah, yeah. Spencer, do you have anything to say about that, or do you have any thoughts on that?
I think you guys covered the villains and stuff really well. I would like to bring up though, in terms of great moments, especially in Royal, that kind of teeter the line of a gray area, is there's a really fantastic scene I loved and actually gave me a lot of hope for not as much Maruki, but definitely more so Kasumi, is the little three-way conversation between Kasumi, Maruki, and the vice principal. It's after the first nationals where she fails to perform up to the school's expectations, and it's this really great kind of like look into like the world of like, hey, the vice principal's like obviously like going about this in like a like not very nice or considerate way to Kasumi, who's very clearly upset about how poorly she did in representing the school at the gymnastics thing. But what's so interesting about that is also if you kind of know about like how like Japanese like school systems work, like that's actually what it's like. Like they don't bring these kids in just to be like an easy meal ticket because like they have recognition. Like they bring them in so that they can make the school look better. If the school looks better, they get more money. So I really like to kind of delved into having a lot more of that like, hey, the real world's not as black and white as everything seems. And while it's definitely not the most even with it, I was at least glad that we kind of had more moments of like, yeah, the vice principal is a bad person, but that doesn't necessarily mean we need to like focus. Like the vice principal being bad wasn't the thing we all wanted to focus on. It was more important to focus on like how bad the world around these characters is developing them.
I could not agree more. I always love the depiction of Kobayakawa just being this self-important prick, where literally every decision he makes is, this will make me look good, and
Yeah.
that's it. That's all it takes for him to just be an asshole, is that he's just completely in his own self-interest.
And he doesn't make his own decisions throughout the game. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's just repeating what he's told to do. So
For the most part, I think that that getting Maruki hired was absolutely his choice of,
okay.
this will make the school look good after I hired the rapist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think you hit on a good point there. That definitely kind of makes more his character a little bit better. I think what David says is true though. He does follow Shiro's kind of orders and everything. I mean that's hinted through the story, but I think that very moment where he hires Maruki, you can clearly see that he's doing this out of self interest and kind of like, oh, the media needs to hear that I hired
To
somebody
look
because
good and
I
yeah.
need somebody to kind of show that I am doing something for the school or whatever, even if that's not the case and everything. But I like that a lot. Speaking of good moments, I want to talk about how well written both of the two endings, the true good endings, whether it's the true bad ending or the true good ending, is compared to the original one. I think that this one kind of sets uh, a different tone for the story. Originally, the game ends in a really kind of happy note after all these events and everything like that. But this ending, especially the true ending, I feel like it almost ends in a bittersweet tone. Whether it's what happened to Maruki
Unless
or
you dated Kasumi slash Sumeri, in which case it's one of the most infuriating endings of, hey,
uh,
I'm dating you, but I'm just gonna
you
smile and
should you should
have better. I'm
totally.
gonna have I'm gonna have a bigger reaction to my Uber driver being my therapist than I am just saying goodbye to my girlfriend.
Dude, I had the same reaction on my own gameplay. I was dating Samir and I was like, why the fuck are you not giving me a hug? Like, I'm okay with not a kiss because, I mean, sure, whatever. But throughout the story, it is heavily hinted that they have a thing going on, even if you don't date her, including their little showtime that they do, where she kind of hangs on his arms or whatever, and then he carries her or whatever. That is a completely like a hinted moment. So how are you not okay with giving me a hug as a goodbye thing, where we may or may not see each other again, friend
I
or
guess
senpai?
thinking about that, actually, if I can retroactively go back to
Yeah.
Persona 6, that if they do keep some kind of romance system for Persona 6, at least make it so that the relationships don't exist within a bubble.
Right.
This is what I was about to say. It's terrible. Like you date someone, and then the next day you're like, "Oh, you're such a good friend,
But
man."
that's also the same way with like the harem ending in Vanilla, where you're basically cheating on all of the female teammates, and
Yeah.
then like a month later, everything's cool, and
Yep.
we're gonna all drive you home, even though you fucked with us emotionally and mentally.
Yeah, that's. I don't know
It
how they
is
could work.
the nature of the beast, really.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how they would make it work in the engine and the system and all of that, but it has to have consequences, the choices that you make, or at least more
Right.
consequences that it has now.
Yeah, more than just instant forgiveness.
Yep.
But
Oh man.
that's kind of why like they've made the choices of Narukami in the sequels not having dated anyone, because it's the easiest way in the plot is if he just didn't date anyone for real.
Yeah.
And
Shoutouts
the
to Scramble for deciding who gets to date who. Scramble's like, nah, we have our own predetermined fan canons. We're gonna set these people up together.
ooh, interesting, because I'm the one of the four of you guys who hasn't played it, so that sounds
I have
cool.
not played it either, at least. So we're
Fair
two,
enough.
two, two.
There is one thing I actually meant to ask, because this was a topic that I brought up on Twitter, and I do want to hear your guys' takes on it. That since the voice actor for Igor passed away in 2010,
Mhm.
do you think that with Persona 6, that with all of this now foresight, that they're going to have either a new voice actor for Igor, or that his character is just going to be replaced by a different entity? Because the way Japanese companies usually handle VA deaths is much different than the West.
Right. I agree
That's
with
a
you.
good
That's a
question.
really good question. I thought about this quite a bit actually, so I think I'm gonna go for first on this one, but I want to hear Spencer's thoughts on this one as well. Um, I think that they're probably gonna get a new character to replace Igor in some kind of way, kind of like a baton pass situation where he just kind of passed that to other. I would like to see the siblings, the attendants, take care of the Velvet Room.
Oh, yeah.
I think that will be a good way to do it because I mean,
I know
all of them are
they can do it.
siblings. We can have there's so many attendants on the Velvet Room already, so I'm sure one of them can do it.
Three,
Philemon
right?
could make a return as well, even though I'm tired of Philemon. To be honest with you, I think I'm like
It's been around for 3 games.
everybody because I feel like I'm kind of this is gonna be like a weird take on it, but I'm every time that Philemon gets brought into, it's like, oh well, Philemon could do this, and I just want to kind of detach from that and kind of like, yeah, but the story could move forward in other different directions. Because
You don't want
Philemon,
the Cold War to return?
what's up?
You don't want that Cold War to return?
I just feel like I want something new, and that's what we're talking about, like starting a new trilogy and a new director and everything. I'm okay. I will be okay if kind of like that they do a baton pass to an older character that kind of just comes back and everything.
Yeah.
But Philemon will be cool, but it's just kind of like one of those things where like there's so many attendants already. Some of the attendants could do it. I don't know. It's like they hinted a lot on this game as far as like the other beings. I think with another character. I mean, I meant to talk about this character like forever ago.
Hold on. If you are about to say who I think you are, does his name start with a J?
Yes, yes, I meant to talk about him.
You three make me say. I've been sitting here,
I'm
thumb
waiting
up
for your
my
take,
butt,
dude.
wondering who is gonna have balls to finally give some love to Jose, not Jose, Jose, for being number one. Oh my god. Yeah, but okay. Sorry, Kuro, please keep going. I'm in the crazy fan theory camp
I
of
knew this was going to make Spencer shit.
because
Yes, I wanna.
I don't see it any other way. Jose is straight up just go like he is the egg that is going to hatch into Igor's replacement. I can't see it any other way.
Okay, so yeah,
Why?
I was going in that direction. Jose is obviously Philemon's student.
Or at least another one of his servants, like Igor.
No, no, he talks about his teacher or his master or whatever. His teacher, right? Is that what he says? I'm pretty sure he says teacher. So I am 100% sure that Philemon is his teacher, and he's going into his own quest to kind of find that thing that he's looking for. I am very confident that he will return on the next game. I don't know if he will be an attendant or if he will be the next one online. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out.
He does
But
jack shit until this boss fight, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm studying humans for my master. And when Joker says, "Oh, your master," is like, oh, you'll see.
yeah, and then when he talks about all these beings that are interested in humans, I was kind of like, holy shit! Like they're teasing something so bad. I don't know if it's gonna be
It was a
a.
great piece.
It was a holy shit moment for me. That was one of the best moments in the new kind of in the new stuff that they added and everything. Uh, I'm definitely excited to hear what Spencer's thoughts on this because I think he
Yeah,
has a lot to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Jose actually I've been a really big defender of ever since I saw his art. I think he's really great. I've heard people kind of be disappointed at his lack of importance in the story, which is like I'm totally fine with it. Like in the grand scheme of things, he has as much importance to the story as like Theo did when he was added to P3P. So it's like he's clearly just like a character that is kind of in the background of it. But I like that he wasn't just like kind of kept to being a resident of the Velvet Room. He's clearly based on his design, like he is like very similar aspects to the other attendants, whether it be Elizabeth and Margaret or the wardens. But what's so interesting about that is his kind of kookiness, along with the fact that like he just straight up just makes mementos like way more fun. I think the voice actor did a really good job of kind of like making the oblivious yet mysterious little kid motif never kind of gets stale.
Yeah.
And the more I'd kind of thought about it, because obviously the whole Igor thing, if you're a Western fan, like Igor's whole plot is just basically ends on just a really sad wet fart of just like underwhelming. Like
Yeah.
that is pretty much only works for the Japanese audience due to the way they had handled things with the voice
Hmm.
actors. But I think all of that aside, and spoilers for how the third semester is an even scramble, there's never a moment of them really addressing Igor other than he's just not there. Um, so it'd be nice to kind of, instead of kind of having to address it or feel forced to, just basically be like, hey, it would make sense. He has clearly shown that he's trying to learn more about humanity and learn more about humans. It would make sense for all the contracts and other things that he would have to form in the position of Igor. And it just feels like it would be set up way too easily because while it would be easy to maybe go back to another character or kind of think of an Igor replacement, I think that um, Jose would be a really good fit for Igor's replacement because he would fit in terms of he has the ability and the kind of knowledge in the world that makes sense to replace his job, but you would have such a different kind of character association with him because like Igor at this point, even in Persona 5, even with like his kind of weird story that really never ends up being that important, is like, okay, when you've played Persona 1, 2, 3, and 4, by the time you get to 5, Igor doesn't really have that much more to offer in terms of surprises. So it'd be kind of nice to flip it on its head and instead of being the long nosed old man, it's the weird kid with the clown car.
also he had a tiny nose, doesn't he?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. He's an egg. Eggs don't even have noses.
Let me actually look it up. I'm pretty sure he's got a little button nose like Pinocchio.
Yeah, he does. He has some kind of like weird looking nose. I don't know if that's a character design or if it's meant to be something.
I know that
Somebody in the comments
design
was saying that he was a.
Pinocchio.
I'm sorry. Somebody in the comments was saying that he's a doll.
Yeah, and actually now looking at it, he does have a tiny like little wooden stub for a nose. So it's literally the polar opposite of Igor.
Yeah, I think you're
Plus, if
hitting
you
on
want
something
to
here.
be a really big SMT nerd, you can just pretend it's actually just Baby Surf or Surf Screen Baby.
Oh man, now I can't remove that image of my head. All right, David. So, what do you think about all this? You think you have a favorite attendant that you would like to take over the Velvet Room, or do you want some a completely new character to take over?
I don't know, man. My first thought was that I think it depends on the direction that they want to go with the franchise. If they decide to change the whole thing, why not change the attendant as well? If they keep some elements, it all depends on the difference that they want to make with this new installment. I agree, Jose would be a great pick, in my opinion. It's hard to tell, honestly. They could bring back old attendants that we've not seen from a while yet. I'm reading the comments from for the stream, and I've seen Elizabeth for a few picks.
No,
That might
Elizabeth.
be a good pick. Yeah, yeah, she was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know about
I
Elizabeth though. She
don't know if
she
she'd go
uh
back in.
she left over on her own for other reasons, which I spoil in the comments, but I don't spoil in the video. Uh, so I don't know. Elizabeth is a really
Yeah, that's
interesting
true.
character overall. I think.
She said, "Fuck this, I'm out."
What's up?
She said that, "Fuck this, I'm out" in Arena and Ultimax.
Oh yeah, yeah. She completely. She was like, I have my own thing that I want to do and everything.
All right.
And
Okay.
you haven't played Arena, David?
Not to the end,
Oh
so that's
man,
why I got my answer.
Arena has a really interesting storyline that I want them to continue. Atlas, please continue this storyline. I've been waiting, and I'm
See,
willing to wait.
I
I
don't
might go
know.
back to it.
I don't know if I would want it to go back,
Hmm.
only because like I kind of want her quest to be fruitless, only because if it succeeds, it kind of undermines the whole tone and meaning of Persona 3.
Right, yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm on the same camp there actually, but I want that storyline to continue some
I
kind of
like her
way.
desperate struggle, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to see her succeed.
yeah, that will completely spoil the team that they went for Persona 3 when it comes to like literally the Memento Mori team that they had
Yeah.
going. So I wouldn't want them to actually do it, but I would like to see kind of like a resolution to it, if you know what I mean. Um, so yeah, I mean I'm very satisfied with Persona 5 Royal overall, and kind of bringing back to Persona 5. Um, I think there were some expectations here that wasn't met, and I don't think every game is ever gonna meet those expectations.
Nah,
Um,
there's no game that will 100% meet your
right.
expectations unless you make it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially exactly, and there's so many people that have so many different expectations for the game and what they want and everything. When Persona 5 was announced, did you guys have some expectations for Persona 5 that you were kind of like, this is what I would like to see? And when you see Persona 5, were you kind of like conflicted on it, or were you pretty satisfied with it?
I was
I mean,
satisfied with
I
it.
had some ideas that I found out were left on the cutting room floor, but I mean, I'm fine with what I got. And then Royal improved upon it.
Yeah, yeah, I like the improvements. That David, you had something to say about that.
Well, my expectations, as I said before, were not that high for Royal, so they were met. Honestly, I liked my experience.
Yeah, yeah, I like my experience with it too. I think that overall they hit the nail on kind of like what I wanted to see. There were a lot of things that I was kind of like, wow, I was like way off from what I would like to see. But some stuff I was like, it was pretty good. I think again it's all about managing expectations and kind of what you're trying to see for the next story and so on. Spencer, do you have anything as far as any expectations that you had for Persona 5 or Royal that you kind of didn't get there?
Yeah, so with Royal, it was kind of interesting because for me, I'd been covering it since its announcement on the podcast, and I can definitely say it got me excited enough to finally commit after 3 years of ignoring it like a big baby and beating Vanilla P5. And I'm really glad it got me to do that because I think going back to those games back to back made those highs hit even harder, but at the same time also kind of made those low moments just definitely feel like a kick to the nuts. So I think like I appreciated that going into Royal with those kind of neutral expectations. I feel it gave me a more critical but clear eye in terms of not only how I view this game, but made it a lot more fun for me in terms of looking at everyone else's reception. Because let me tell you, uh, if anyone out there is listening to this and thinks this is their game of the year, I'm happy for you. But if by the time 2020 ends and I know people who this is going to be their game of the year, I will have my mind blown because I cannot imagine this game being my goatee.
Yeah, I always look at a game of the year kind of in a completely different light. I don't think this is gonna be my game of the year this year. I know a lot of people are kind of like what, because I'm a huge fan of the game and I obviously literally talk about Persona 5 like all the time, or Persona in general all the time. I think my expectations for this game were never gonna be met in the sense that I was expecting for certain aspects to completely be fixed. For me, the story of Persona 5 wasn't a good story. It was an okay story, but it wasn't the best Atlas story. It wasn't what I was expecting from them either. So going into Royal, I was kind of like, man, I really want them to fix these plot points. I really want them to fix these things that didn't make sense. I really want them to improve on this, and none of those things were fixed. In fact, a lot of those things kind of doubled down into because of the events of the third semester, especially when it comes to like all the different dungeons and all different stuff. I was kind of like, man, like the pacing is still bad. I still stuck to it because I like the game. I love the gameplay, and like I legitimately think this is a good game. But when it comes to the kind of like the story, I was like, man, they did not improve in any of the stuff. And that's fine. Again, that was my own expectations for it. I really wanted that, but I knew it wasn't gonna happen because you can't change everything. You can change some things, but you can't really change everything. You can't remake the entire game.
Do you guys mind going one by one? I would really love to know what you guys like if you have a game of the year so far. I know it's only May, but obviously, like we've at least kind of gotten to this point of like enough kind of pretty big and varied titles have come out. Do you guys have a standout in your head?
Yeesh.
I mean, I like as much as the Persona fan in me wants to say Royal. I know it's not Royal. Like Royal was great. It fixed some things for me. It didn't fix everything. So, but I did enjoy it. Out of all the games that I've played this year, since I've been super behind, Dragon Quest XI has been my favorite so far that I've played this year.
All right, if I had to be mean and put a gun to your head, then Skull, then it has to be a 2020 game. What is your 2020 game of the year
I
so
haven't
far?
finished any good 2020 games. Like I'm halfway through Final Fantasy VII. I'm really enjoying it, but I haven't beat it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
David, what about you?
Well, I was about to do the exact same thing that Skull did. I was about to say I introduced myself to Yakuza this year. I've never played any of the games before, and I played Yakuza Zero. I really liked it. That's the game that I enjoyed the most this year yet. If I had to pick a new game, same thing. I'm not done with Final Fantasy VII Remake yet. I have a lot to say about it. I have negative things to say, but good things. But once I'll be finished with it, it's a contender for sure.
Interesting.
Kuro, what about you?
Man, I seen on a really interesting spot here. Because every game I typically make this list of games that I'm looking forward to for 2020, and every game that I played so far has disappointed me in some kind of way. Whether it's Final Fantasy VII or Persona 5, or not in a bad way. Like they're not shitty games whatsoever, and I was expecting this year to be a contestant between Persona 5 and uh Final Fantasy VII. I was kind of like, man, one of these two games is gonna hit kind of like game of the year for me. And the entire time that I was playing through it, I was like, man, these games are not really what I was expecting. That's not what I had in mind. Not even expectations. Just there's legitimately some issues that I have both games that I feel that are pretty valid in the sense of what I got and everything. Final Fantasy VII for one did a lot of good stuff when it comes to like the actual remaking and retelling of Persona of 7, but there was some stuff when it came to kind of like the actual story that was kind of like, man, the pacing is also bad in this one. Why is that? And the quests were terrible, at least in my experience. Like the quest, I did not like them at all. I thought that they even bogged down more on the actual experience, and now I'm complaining about the remake. uh,
No, that's okay.
uh,
I'm actually so surprised how kind of all over the place you guys are. What? And I'm not even like joking with this. This is how weird my 2020's been. I've actually played a lot of games, and I've been all over the place in terms of like what has been placing where. Before I beat FF7, my game of the year, even after beating Royal, was still Scramble. That's like how strong of an impression it left it on me.
Nice.
And what was so funny with everything is I didn't think Seven would take it from me. I'm a huge lifelong Final Fantasy fan, but Seven was always my least favorite out of the PlayStation trilogy. And so for me to go from a Seven like meh nostalgia fan to like that game hit me on ways I haven't like felt with games in like so many years, and it was just like it gave me hope in like the Japanese it gave me like hope not only like was like Square to like do with the rest of the games, but like it gave me like so much hope in terms of like, man, I've not finished a game that gave me this much hope for future games in so many years. Like I didn't like beat Persona 5 Royal being like, whoa, man, if only they'll take these lessons into 6, and like smiling ear to ear. But like by the time I had finally beat 7 Remake, even though I know like the experience is far from perfect, it had just like hit me in all those weird ways that I was like, man, it is a shame that Persona 5 released in the same year as this in the West, because for me it is just like so night and day that anyone would
Really?
kind of like be like, yeah, Persona 5 definitely definitely beats Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think that's a really interesting perspective here, because to me, as a long-time Final Fantasy fan overall, 7 has never been my favorite game, but it's been pretty up there. You know, like I like 10, or I like 6, or like 8, 9. You know, like I have like my own personal ranking and everything. But going into 7, even up until when I played the demo, I was super confident that it was gonna be probably either my game of the year or contender with Persona Royal or Scramble, because I played Scramble. I was like, man, I really like Scramble too. But played 7, and I don't know, there was just so many things that bugged me so much about the game that I was kind of like, and I'm not even done with the game. I haven't been able to pick it up because I'm so like fed up with it in some ways. I'm
Okay,
definitely...
hold on. I feel like because I would legitimately make this go on way too longer than it already is. I'm gonna nip the 7 talk in the bud for everyone else out there, but I want to go one by one of how far you guys are, because I have enough of an idea of your guys' opinion. I can probably tell. Skull, what chapter are you on?
8.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. David, what about you?
Hey, man, I need to look it up. Kuro, go first.
I don't know if I'm either 8 or 10. Something like that. I don't know. Wait, hold on.
I just remember I got to the gold saucer.
11. Oh
I had
shit!
I had to put
I
it away.
can't remember.
Okay, I'm at
Skull-
13. I'm at 13.
13.
Chapter
Okay.
13. Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm...
Yeah, so you guys are basically like a little bit less so with Skull. By the time you beat chapter 14 and that game decided, like it even tells you, hey, after chapter 14, there's no brakes on this train, it's going to get crazy.
Cool.
It commits to how crazy it gets, and it was one of those moments of like, okay, cool, I'm going to start chapter 15, and I didn't go to bed until like 8 hours later, and I was like, oh my god.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'll definitely pick it back up and everything. Right now with the stream and everything, I've been just kind of like playing all these games and everything. I will finish 7 because I will wanna kind of give my final review on it and everything. So far, honestly, it's just bugging me down. I don't know why they did it the way that they did it. I know they wanted you to have that Final Fantasy experience and kind of get all the different
I
slumps and
100%
everything.
get everyone's kind of comments on it so far, but it is one of those games that like your opinion of it will keep kind of forming until you've rolled credits.
Yeah,
It's very
exactly
weird,
right.
even though like
Feel
the gameplay is not going to make any that drastic of a difference. I think it's just like the way that it keeps clicking in your head, and once all the pieces kind of fall together at the end, you're either going to come out on the end either very positive or very negative.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to how that's gonna happen. I'm definitely gonna have to go back and do that once I finish the game. Yeah, for now, to answer your question, originally as far as my game of the year is probably gonna be Scramble. I think it's a really good sequel to Persona 5.
I'll be looking forward to the announcement next month.
Yeah, same. Same.
I want the world to be the sassiest bitch when that game gets announced. I want every comment section to be, no, real this game? Who saw this coming, guys? Like, I want just everyone to just let Atlas just feel it so hard, because they have no excuse to have not even announced the game by now. It's like the worst kept secret ever.
It's been a really bad secret. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get the English release. I think that this game is definitely gonna get some people talking in other aspects, because this brings Persona to a completely different level when it comes to gameplay and even story in some aspects. I think the story was pretty good too.
Mm-hmm. I have one last little weird royal question, if you guys don't mind.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm super negative on it, and I think even when I brought it up earlier, I kind of voiced my complaints for the most part. I'd be really curious what your guys' big takeaway was on Vanilla's final palace of like diving into Mementos and working your way up to taking down the Holy Grail. How did you guys feel about that whole section being relatively the same? And on top of that, why do you think more people in the community, and especially reviews, have not brought that up? Like, for me, that stands out as like such a like smudge on this game's like thing of like whether I loved or hated like improvements and changes to other palaces. The fact that this is the only one in the whole game that was like out of place, and like it was legitimately a turnoff for me by the time I beat.
That's a really interesting thought that you mentioned, because I was talking about how I was really disappointed in some aspects that I was waiting for. I was looking for a change. Originally, I thought that the last boss and last palace was really underwhelming. I thought the concept of going back to Mementos and kind of going all the way to the end to kind of to resolve the issue, I thought it was an excellent point. I think it made sense. I was like, holy shit, this is so good, because in Persona 4, and I'm gonna kind of, oh shit, I may spoil this by talking about it, but in Persona 4, when you kind of get the ha moment, it's almost kind of like a brushed off to the side, like you don't really see it coming kind of thing. But in Persona 5, there's so much, we have to do this to save the world, or to save Tokyo, or whatever, that really makes it, like, places so much importance to it. So when you finally go to Mementos and kind of like go through the entire extra dungeon and everything, it's just so underwhelming compared to the rest of the story. It just feels really underwhelming. This second round, it feels even more underwhelming than the first time. But I do agree with you, Spencer. I think that whole section was, I don't know if it could have been changed, or I don't know. The concept and theory, it sounds like it should be like the really big moment, but it doesn't end up feeling that way.
Exactly. I thought that just as you said, the concept is basically the only thing that I like about it. I think the design of the palace is not good. The final boss is not that great either. And that's my opinion. I'm being very critical about it, but I did not enjoy it that much in the original version. And in this version, well, they basically did not change anything. There's some new, I think there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but new spots for treasure chests with the grappling hood that you can access.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the only addition to it, actually.
Okay, but nothing more than that. So it's definitely not that great in my opinion.
I thought it was strange that it didn't even have any will seeds. That by and large, it was completely unchanged. Although I like it better as a false end than an actual ending.
Yes.
I think it's a lot cooler where it builds it up as like, this is it. This is the final battle. And then it still keeps going, and it almost kind of, I guess, lulls the player into a false sense of security that, like, now the day is saved, everything's back to the way it should be, and now what the hell is Morgana doing in my bed as a human being? Like, immediately, and when I played the Japanese version, I did feel like visibly uncomfortable as like reality started to pretty much change before the player's eyes.
I wish I could agree with you, Skull, but unfortunately Shido's palace then, by that same note, is then just two false endings. Because Shido's palace also basically is what's supposed to feel like an ending. Of so then by the time you get to the third semester, you've had two false final bosses, and then you're like, boy, if Maruki doesn't knock it out of the park, that third semester would have just been the biggest drag.
Oh man, this reminds me of what I called, and I'm sorry to interrupt there. This reminds me of what I call the Capcom syndrome, where they have a boss, and then they have another boss, and then they have another boss, and
Akuma.
I mean, I don't know how many Capcom games you can think of that has this same issue with their endings, whether it's Resident Evil or Devil May Cry, which are like, I'm a huge fan for both of these series, but they have this issue where there's always this false ending kind of thing, kind of like false boss or a final form, and then this boss has a final form, and on this one, just how Spencer was talking about it, it is such a drag, especially if you think about how Shido is supposed to be the big baddie for the story. You beat him and like, oh nope, we have to go defeat the real big baddie, which is this guy over here in Mementos, which in Pen, it sounds such a good idea. It makes perfect sense. When you sit down and think about it, I'm kind of like, yeah, it really makes sense. But in action, in reality, it doesn't really play out as good as you think it will. Do you guys have any other examples of kind of like that same situation happening, David?
Honestly, the best example I can think of is just Street Fighter, where
And
it
that's
goes to
another.
God and into M Bison, which then it goes into Akuma.
Yeah, that's another Capcom game too.
I did not feel it at first when I played the game. Like you bring up some really good points, but I did not feel like it. You're correct, but I did not feel it. Like when you go through the Shio's palace, that there's a build up that he's the big villain, a main villain. But then when you get afterwards and you get to be the Grail, the Holy Grail, it's another build up when you get through the depths of Mementos. But I did not feel it as not even this time.
So I still felt like Shido's Palace was a lot of character resolution,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
like Futaba being bold enough to talk to the IT president by herself, and Okumura confronting the TV president who ordered her father's death, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good stuff. That was a good resolution palace kind of thing for a lot of these characters. That brings me to a point that I wanted to talk about, which I'm kind of gonna segue into, but it's not really kind of like what I wanted to go into, but it just makes perfect sense. We had a third addition to now the confidant third persona that you unlock through story means, kind of sorta. Um, what did you think about this edition on this end? Did it make sense for them to get it when they did it? I personally think that the second persona should have unlocked at that particular point, because that's when they truly get a resolution to their storyline, their true
I,
storyline, not their confident storyline.
you wanted more of a Persona 3 Second Awakening.
Yes, because it
They
makes
kind of
sense.
combined the
It's
two of
so
them, didn't they?
right, and it's so emotional. It makes sense. It's perfect. It's a good moment for the awakening. Like so many death has happened, so many things has happened, and it feels really earned. In Persona 5, it doesn't really. Not when you get it. It doesn't really feel that way. The third awakening kind of makes sense, but the second one doesn't. It's not in a good place.
I actually was never really a fan of the second designs outside of a knot, so I'm really glad that the third tier designs kind of. I feel like they kind of make up for the less than stellar looking designs of the second tier personas.
Yeah, the designs were a little bit disappointing. I like the third tier personas. I thought that there were some interesting concepts in design, kind of like they were going for and everything, mixing the two personas and everything, kind of like a fusion from Dragon Ball Z. That's what it reminded me of whenever I saw them, and I like that. I thought it was an interesting concept. But you're right. I don't really think I like the second personas. Makoto's, for example, was extremely underwhelming. After seeing the really cool ass motorcycle that she has, and then seeing her second persona being a transformer, I was
So
like,
yeah, that was the one that I actually liked.
oh, that's what one you like. Oh wow, that's the one that I
Because
did. I
it
liked the
was
last.
a transformer. I just kind of wish that it actually could transform in battle.
And then
Yeah.
it makes
I like
the natural progression into the third form, which is, of course, the Batmobile.
Yeah,
Oh man, I love the
Your Ward
Batman.
is actually my favorite third tier in terms of functionality and design.
All right, so what about the new content as far as the new boss battle that we had with Maruki? I really want to talk about this earlier and I completely forgot. Because we have uh, character. We had the ending, and then we had the new ending with the new boss. I had people tell me that they didn't like this battle because it felt too easy or really underwhelming as a battle. Did you guys like the battle, or did it feel kind of underwhelming in that sense?
I'll get my
I
opinion.
liked it. I had this topic come up recently with Yarly because he thought the fight was fine for the first part, but because of how heavily scripted and cinematic the last half was, he thought it kind of took away from the whole ending of the fight. For me, I've never been a huge proponent of difficulty in a lot of my RPGs and especially Atlas games.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I was very fine with it just because I thought the cinematic and the storytelling elements of that fight were so rewarding and whatnot, especially because the first fight alone, when you're going up against Maruki's persona, I thought was well enough of a challenge. And I actually liked the clever mechanic of, okay, we're going to show you how Adam is a truly unstoppable force while hammering it home that, hey, you can't do this in conventional methods. And just like that whole cinematic scene of like honestly like once the cutscene starts of all of the Phantom Thieves holding his fists down as you like jump up and shoot him in the head, I thought like that whole segment on, even though it was all very very scripted, even leading up into the final fist fight, I just thought it was all super super great. Even though basically it rips off the ending of Metal Gear Solid 3 and
Yeah.
then rips
Yes.
off the ending of Metal Gear Solid 4, which I
Yeah.
was very
And
fine with.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one who saw that parallel during the fist fight. But honestly, even the mechanic that goes, I guess, into the second half of his first phase, where he changes cognition, so you can't use like magic, or you can't use a persona, or you can't physically attack, or you can't defend. I thought that was a really nice addition, especially a good way to incorporate his ability to rewrite cognition at will into his boss fight.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that was really good, really well implemented in the character. The fight was just phenomenal. Like Spencer said, even though it does rip off from Metal Gear, I think I liked it. I thought it was well implemented in here particularly.
Can I
Uh,
also
The fact
just
that
say that
it's
writing character into the new phases of the boss fight was a brilliant move? Like Madarame creating ripoffs of himself, or Kamoshida using Shio as a human shield.
yeah, yeah, I
Like
like.
just incorporating their personalities and how they act into how they fight was really smart.
Yeah,
Unless you're Psy, and then all you get is another round of effects for your roulette wheel. But
I mean, for her
yes,
to also show weaknesses was
well,
smart.
well,
That's what she does in the courtroom.
yeah, I don't know. I do think that her I don't know. I still feel like her character was severely misused both times that they did the
yes,
game.
you're correct.
When it comes to not being her social link, or whether it means the way that she was used, because in this time around it feels like they're more kind of like Goro wants to do this for reasons, and you obviously know the reasons, right? Because they're hinting it so obviously that it's almost painful to watch. And then you go into her palace and everything, and I'm kind of like, man, like they did not fix this whatsoever. And that's one of the things that I want them to work on more, because to me it doesn't, they don't really justify the fact that Sai has a palace. Like to me it doesn't, her defect isn't really like something to warrant a palace. Like I can see the corruption happening, but I don't see it to the extent that she'll have a palace. Like she'll probably be momentous, but not have a whole palace to herself for that. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but
I think it did. I'm obviously I've been a bit of a complainer in terms of Psy's involvement in the story. Of I think she as a character in relation to like Makoto and with the investigation, she's a very interesting foil for the Phantom Thieves. I think in terms of the game showing you her motivations, it could have done with them being a little more clearly. Like really the most exposure we get to her kind of unbecoming of herself is the bits we see through her lashing out at Makoto, and also her relationship with Akechi as the investigation gets more and more serious. I think if we saw more kind of kickbacks going back to the very terrible SIU director, I think we saw more kind of moments of like seeing her unwind and get more personally invested in the investigation through the reprimandment her director was giving her. I think it would have kind of shown it a little bit more clearly.
I feel like a lot of the, like, maybe this might just be because I was going through it another time, but in Royal it felt more like Sai snapping more frequently at Makoto. It showed to me more of how much her work was affecting her, and how she was bringing that anger that she has from work home with her. Because like they only really hint that pretty much everyone she works with is either intimidated by her or thinks she's an idiot.
You
yeah,
know what? In another interesting point you bring up though, Curl, of like why she has a palace as opposed to just another factor in Mementos. I think that would stand out to me a lot more as kind of a red flag if it wasn't for the whole chapter with explaining the why and the how Futaba's palace exists, even though she is not an evil character.
oh yeah, I
Yeah.
think I see your point there. I think that's a pretty good point that you bring. David, do you have anything to add on this one?
I enjoyed the fact that it was a bit different. at least. It's not just a villain, it's like her own self that's corrupted in her own way. So I enjoyed that part. Kind of like Futaba's Palace. It's a different type of experience, and I enjoyed it on my first playthrough, and I enjoyed it this time again.
Yeah, I think you guys bring a point that I hadn't really thought about until now. That like corruption doesn't mean that they have to be bad.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Maruki wouldn't have a palace and a persona. Which I thought that was a pretty interesting point. Did you guys have any theories about that?
I thought it was because of considering the context of who Azathoth is as a demon. It felt more like that he just had made a pact with Maruki rather than Maruki awakening to a persona. But I mean, like they were so close to one another that it's easy to see why Maruki would consider Azathoth his persona.
Oh, okay, that's pretty interesting. I actually never thought of it that way. I had a completely different theory as far as why he has the persona the way that he does, opposed to the rest of the people. In Persona 3, they talk about people having the actual talent to have a persona, like the gift for it, which is something that nobody does. Persona 4 and 5, you're granted a persona by a god, but in Persona 3, you don't. You have that natural ability to do it.
The potential.
The potential, exactly. So I believe that, at least my theory is that Maruki is somebody that actually has a potential for a persona, opposed to taking drugs or a god giving you the ability to unlock your persona. That was my personal take on Maruki. I thought he was a more special character than the main character in that sense. But
And
you
now
bring
we're
a
doing
completely
the
different.
theories. I'm ready for Spencer to go to have word vomit.
Yeah, so my Super Saiyan level 3 theory for Maruki's persona is sort of amalgamation of the two of yours. Basically, if he was always a subconscious kind of factor in Maruki's field when it came to cognitive science, but the reason why he can exist even though he is a cognitive palace ruler is the fact that he's just risen up to such a high standard in terms of his like just natural power and his gifts, just due to the fact that after the god of control is taken down, that all of that then immediately flows into him. And when you see that in the VHS tape, it became very apparent to me that like this shows that like not only is his persona very very different, that he now has like the powers of a god going into him and then some, along with his strong will.
That's fair to say.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that was the thing I wanted to actually say. I forgot this like hours ago. The phrase that I was thinking is the best villain in a story is when there is no villain, and that's why Maruki is amazing.
yeah.
I am on the camp of in terms of all mainline Persona titles, he is the best ending villain that any of the games have ever put out.
It's definitely something new.
Yeah, I like that. I really like that a lot. And Skull, I agree with you completely. I think that was the best way to put it, and that's why I thought that his character arc and the story came out pretty well in a pretty good tone when it comes to that end, because I really like that a lot. I think that it was like, it felt so earned when you kind of get that ending, as opposed to besides Kasumi, everybody else kind of has this bittersweet moment with you, and kind of like, we're okay kind of growing up and being on our own, but we'll obviously always be friends kind of thing after all this experience that we went through and everything. I felt like it was such a good wrap up for the story, opposed to the original ending. I heard a lot of people thinking about how the ending was almost the same or didn't feel any different, but I feel like the tone and the feel of it was completely different from the original one. This time it felt more unearned. I'm sorry, more earned this time than previously.
Also, the monocopter. That's
Oh.
one thing we have to mention. The monocopter.
I was calling it the catocopter. That's what I don't know what I was just saying, that the catocopter. What do you guys think about all that?
I hope it turns into a sub in one of the other.
Oh, dude, that would be so funny.
The other spin-offs. It becomes just a submarine.
The submarine will be funny.
Fuck it. Make him turn into whatever. Honestly, with the power of cognition, you can do whatever crazy shit you want and write it away as like the people's will or whatever bullshit you could think of.
They can make up whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a part of cognition in this game was utilized again completely from the other games, and I think Maruki really brings kind of like this is all the other things that you could do with cognition that you don't really even think about until they really bring it up here. I love that so much. It was so different and it kind of made sense. Like this opened up to the possibilities of many other games that they could do in the
Yeah.
future.
Again, one of my favorite parts about Maruki's Palace is when there's legit just a list of different ways to utilize the metaverse, and I really hope in the future that some of those methods come to fruition where we see it happen instead of it just being, oh, this is an option.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that. I think that I would like to see more of that. Not in that sense, but in a completely different sense. Because, like you said, I want Persona 6 to be different. But, um,
I mean, like future spin-offs.
yeah, no, yeah, spin offs. Yeah,
We've got at
oh,
least
yeah.
two more of those.
Right,
So
right. I mean,
let's
spin
go
offs.
nuts.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know how many we have left, but I'm sure Alice isn't done with spin offs just yet.
Now, I think there's at minimum or at maximum two
Yeah,
that are left.
I think so too.
And I know Spencer probably has the bigger inside knowledge and is laughing to himself right now because I'm way off the mark.
No, see, with P5, it's all up in the air. It's all very nebulous. Like, especially with all the different like stuff that's been going on for it. I could wake up tomorrow and see that Persona 5 Royal the animation was announced, and I would be surprised.
Yeah.
I really hope at least it's better than Golden Animation if that ever happens.
Oh man. Oh, you know what?
That's a
Golden
bad
Animation.
take, Skull. That's
Golden
a bad
Animation
take.
has good episodes, but by and large, it was the Marie show, and I will die on that hill. Like
I don't know,
Adachi
man.
episodes were great. Anything without Marie was great, but she rewrote a lot of golden moments to be all about her.
I don't know, man. I'm just thinking back, and they had a dedicated Christmas episode that also worked as a murder mystery, which I
Like I said, without Marie, episodes without Marie were great, but I will never forgive that rooftop concert episode where they just wrote Rise out of the story so Marie could be the star.
David, this sounds like our next chance to move on. The great opening sound to Persona 4 Golden the Animes.
I mean, it didn't help that they dropped the premise of New Game Plus after like the first episode.
You know what? That's one of the things that I liked about the first episode. That it opened up to that premise of like, this is New Game Plus, guys. There's all this stuff you can do and everything. I was like, this is Junior Okami at his finest moments. That first opening and everything, I was like, this is the best. Unfortunately, they didn't keep that up, and I was very disappointed on that end.
They dropped it really quickly to post golden moments, but put Marie in them. So then the focus was about Marie. Again, Adachi episodes were fantastic. The Christmas episodes I adore, but just by and large, the majority of the series wasn't good.
Yeah, animation-wise, Persona games, Persona animes like all over the place. Where some of them look extremely good and some of them look extremely crappy.
Yeah, like the three movies are works of art in terms of art style, and Persona 4 anime I will always recommend. But then Persona 5 animation, I honestly at this point I can't really recommend because all the good additions to the anime are now on Royal.
Yeah.
So on a somewhat related note, if you are a lover of physical books, the Persona 5 manga is very, very, very good and very, very, very underrated in terms of how much people talk about it.
Yes.
I was
kind enough to give me copies, and I've been hooked on them.
I was literally about to work on a review for the first 2 volumes that they have released so far in the West that I'm still working on. But yeah, you bring a good one. The manga is always pretty good stuff, guys. The Persona 3 manga just ended not long ago.
Same with P4 manga.
Right.
Ooh. Before I also forget to add an addendum to the Persona 5 manga. Reading online Persona 5 Mementos missions is masterful in terms of art, characterization, and story, because all they do is just elaborate on the already existing Mementos missions within the game.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I felt like the one-shot anime that they did for Persona 5 teaser, the what was it called?
The Daybreakers.
The Daybreakers. That was masterful. Like it got you into the series. Like you knew exactly what it was going about. And then seeing it on the actual Persona game, I was like, man, this is so underwhelming. But it's so well done on the anime, and I was like, I wanted to see the side quest to be like that. Unfortunately, when you see on gameplay, it's not a similar element, but I really like it a lot. I thought it was really well made, the animation and everything. That's funny because Daybreaker's way looks miles far much better than Persona 5 or Persona 5 anime did.
And then we got Cloverworks for Persona 5 the animation. So
If you enjoy Persona 5 The Daybreakers and would like to watch the first 90 seconds unsubtitled for no reason, check out The Thieves' Den.
that was
yeah,
odd choice,
you're right.
and I kind of wanted to ask somebody about it. Why couldn't you just thrown in like some subtitles for that intro?
Yeah, like I'm sure you own the rights to it.
Yeah.
So no, they actually don't.
They don't?
At least Atlas West does not own the official translations, and so they would have to go and re-sub that section of the Daybreakers or license it from Crunchyroll, and they probably thought to themselves, "This is like for 90 seconds of an OVA. Just throw it in there raw. No one cares."
Yeah, it was
Wow.
probably just not worth the effort or
Oh
energy.
man, and that brings
I got it.
uh,
At least
that-
they put the concerts footage in.
yeah. That brings to my actual like my final topic that I wanted to talk about was the extra stuff that they added, such as the we're just talking about the My Palace, which is called in the Japanese version of the game. What do you think about that add-on there? Just kind of the little Thieves Den area that you can hang out with. Did you guys like that addition? Did it seem like something to involve yourself in?
You and wonderful fan service, and that's really about it. But that's also me underselling it at the same time, because it is possibly the best P5 fan service that you can get as a fan.
Yeah, I originally when it was announced, I thought it was gonna be something very different from what we got, but I'm by no means disappointed on the content that we got. When it comes to the actual exploring or the card game that they have, or unlocking all this, that's a true trophy unlocking system right there. To me, the trophy system that they did for Sony this time around was very underwhelming. Not that I'm a collector or anything like that. I don't collect trophies or anything like that. But I was kind of like, wow, I unlocked a platinum by playing the game, and but seeing I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep on calling it My Palace because that's how I know it for like 90 hours already.
The Thieves Den?
Yeah, Thieves Den. Seeing it was super cool. Just the card game. I love the card game, by the way. I just having the reactions when they get mad or whatever, or it gets so competitive. It's like such a cool like moment, just hang out moment.
I'm happy because there's moments where Haru can say, "At least I'm rich," or for Yusuke to declare that he's poor.
Yeah, it's some of the funniest and more memorable kind of like side things, because you don't really get those moments in Persona in general, other than the moments story wise. You don't have those let's hang out and be friends kind of moments in Persona 5. Yeah. I miss those moments because Persona 4 had a lot of those moments, and these moments weren't really here. Like most of the story, maybe Hawaii when they go there, or I can't think of any other moment where they do that. Oh, maybe one time that they have like meals at your house or whatever, but you don't really get this kind of like, oh, we're in Tokyo, let's go do something fun or whatever. You don't really get a lot of those moments here.
I preferred P4 on that front. I remember there was a sequence in the game where they went camping and they were tasting the food that the girls made or something like that, and I laughed when that was really funny, the reaction that the guys had when they ate the food. Those moments are really cool in the franchise.
I'm glad that with P5 they didn't keep beating that into the ground, because that was a constant running joke for 3 and 4. So I feel like with 5 they would have been pushing their luck. So they didn't have any girl that was just notoriously
for sure
cooking.
And I thought they would do it with Kazumi, since there's one rank in the Confident where she makes food and it's not that great. I don't know which rank it is. I think it's the one of the Suna ranks for her.
I'm glad it's just more realistic, where it's just, she's just a bad cook, instead of that she made a toxic chemical.
Exactly, but I thought they would do it again. They were doing it again. That's what I thought at first, but
Yeah,
at least
you know
we
what?
were
I
okay.
had exact same thought when that moment happened. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's gonna cook awful. It's gonna be like the two girls all over again. But you know what? It wasn't, and I was so glad. But at the same time, I really expected more of those let's hang out, let's be friends kind of moment. Like when you're on the thieves den and just chilling and playing cards or whatever. Like I was hoping they were gonna have like one of those moments in the game where you're just kind of like they're just playing cards or whatever. That would be cool. I would like that, but it didn't happen. Maybe in the anime it'll happen. I don't know.
Also, a lot of the wholesome being a group together moments were left for Scramble.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because that's pretty much what it is in a sense. If
They
feel
get to be tourists.
well, yeah. You're right. A lot of those moments are in there, right? For sure. Spencer, do you have anything to add on that front?
Yeah, so I am a resident, along with Vita Stan, a Thieves Den Stan, hardcore.
Of
So
course.
the Thieves Den was like my biggest surprise that I continue to put time into the game. Like I will just boot up the Thieves Den just to play a couple of rounds of Tycoon, not to earn the coins, not to get anything else really done. I just genuinely find it fun to just find different party members, throw it on there, and just like you guys are mentioning, all the different little touches. Like funny one that I don't see a lot of people bring up with Tycoon is when you're about to set up for a game. When if Akechi is not at the table, he is always sitting at a table off camera, like right next to you guys, but not at the same table as you. Like so clearly, kind of like signifying that it's like, hey, this is like the true version of like Akechi and stuff, where it's like, while he may be a part of like the Phantom Thieves, like with Joker, he doesn't really associate himself as like a true team member. Little things like that. I love all of the collectibles and stuff you can unlock. I cannot believe how crazy detailed all of the art scans they put in were, especially just like the concept art, the promo art. Like they did such a great job, it just almost made me wish like there was more and more and more. But considering how much of a bare bones job most base Atlas games kind of do in terms of bonus content, this was a
Yeah,
really, really nice change of pace.
yeah.
My only real takeaway is the whole time I'm in the Thieves Den, it just screams to me that this was supposed to be multiplayer and they just cut it out at the last minute to not have to have servers. And I get it. It would be kind of a weird ask to be like, hey, um, pay PlayStation Plus just so you can do this one little bit of multiplayer in the game. But I've had so many moments of just like thinking how fun it would be just to be able to invite 3 to 4 friends and be able to all sit around, pick a character to play as, and play Tycoon online.
That would be
Also,
so good.
at the same time, I need to just preface this. I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting.
go ahead, go
But
ahead.
Sega multiplayer servers are trash, pure garbage. Yeah, I have yet to be able to play anyone online in Catherine or Puyo Puyo or even like Virtua Fighter 5, which as rare as that is. So adding it as multiplayer is just they took a minus away. They took a minus away from themselves because that would have been just a complete disaster.
I can understand what you mean by in those kind of games, but with something like Tycoon where there's no time limit, it's just kind of do your own kind of pace, it'd be a lot more sort of forgiving. It could even be like a press turn system. My one thing I will say, if anyone's listening to this and has not sunk a lot of time into the game, I highly recommend, if you know anyone playing the game, tell them to check out the game tell them to check out the Thieves Den before they beat the game. I think a lot of players are treating the Thieves Den as something to look at after they complete, put all the coins into stuff that they want. And it's a lot more enjoyable to kind of check in every time you see it's updated. That's why the game gives you that little notification,
Yeah,
because you have a lot more of a respect and kind of experiment with changing things around more, and you can give yourself like more of a reminder to kind of come back in and check it out if you don't want to just sort of pop in at the very end, unlock all the stuff, and never touch it again.
yeah. You know what? I actually did the same thing while I was not live streaming. I was literally spending my entire time on Team Stand, just kind of like playing the cards, the Tycoon game. In fact, I got so addicted to that game, I taught my brother how to play it so we could play it. I was like, dude, we need to play Tycoon because, and he was like, what is Tycoon? And I was like, okay, well, in Persona 5, they played Tycoon, and he was like, all right, well, I taught him how to play it, and we played some rounds, and I was like, man, I love this card game, and I love card games. I actually play a lot of trading card games on my side activities. I play Magic and all that stuff. But even when there's some kind of additional stuff like this, I love it. I fall in love with it. First time that I played Witcher 3, I spent so much time playing Gwent. And like literally the entire time I'll just be running around and see if somebody wanted to play Gwent in the game, and I'm kind of like, man, I love these games. So when I was playing this stupid car game on Royal, I was like, I'm sinking so many hours on just Tycoon, and I love all of the additional stuff you can get for it, whether it's the little statues of the different bosses that you fight, or your personas, or all this additional stuff. I'm like, there's so much content here that just gets to be added for, as fun thing. That's what made me kind of be like, this is the kind of stuff that on Royal that I didn't think I needed, but I really do like it a lot.
I like the added characterization that they put in, just like for Ryuji and Morgana to make up, or for like Ichigo to say that she has like a gambling addiction. It's like nothing that I would even consider, but it's really nice that it's there.
Right? Yeah, I like that a lot. David, did you play? Have you spent any time on the
The
Thieves'
Thieves'
Den?
Den?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked watching listening to the soundtrack in there. I
Oh,
enjoyed just putting it on while editing, something like that. I liked it. I
Well,
think it
that's
was a
true.
cool collection.
The
Yeah,
hidden track that you can get in the Thieves' Den.
yeah, that was great.
It's so over the top.
right.
I like the soundtrack of those games. So to have them all in one place, I thought was really cool.
Awesome, awesome. All right. Well, do you guys have anything to add or anything to discuss that we haven't touched based on? I know we had run on about 4 hours at this point, so I don't know if we have anything else to add into it today.
I still have my
Um,
crazy idea of a Mega 10 anniversary game, but that's a whole different story.
I mean, we can talk about that if you want. I'm completely
Sure,
open.
why not? I thought it was an interesting idea because once I had started playing Devil Summoner for the first time a couple weeks ago, and I was thinking about like how much it would work with something like Scramble, and then you could have this like anniversary game idea where you just put in like Rido and the Phantom Thieves and just make it like kind of like a versus game, like the other Devil Summoner games, and it's just completely fan service to both Megaten and Persona.
That'd be cool.
I will be down for that. I
It'll
don't know
never
how.
happen, but I like the idea.
Almost like a Super Smash Bros.
I
Not
was
really,
thinking
but
something like that, but more like I don't know how to say it because I can't think of like a crossover game in which it's basically just like two different stories that come together like kind of in a versus intertwining storyline. I have no idea how it would work logistically. It's just, hey, I like both. I like both of these groups of characters.
yeah, you know what? I will be down for another Q game with SMT characters on it. Because the thing is, I really like Itrian Odyssey gameplay. I think it's very fascinating and very creative. And when it came
Give me
out to
another
have
screen first.
right, and when it came out to having Persona Q, I was like, the original one wasn't too good. I really didn't like how the characterization was so downplayed into kind of like, okay, you're an idiot, Ryuji, so you're gonna act like an idiot. You know, the entirety of the
Yeah,
character is downplayed to the one thing that people know them for. So that's the one caveat that I don't like out of the Q games. But I think the gameplay is super good, and having this crossover with all these different games, like it really works for me. I will be okay with another one with SMT characters or something like that.
I mean, ideally, I think that like we do need a Switch Etrian game because, good lord. But the ideal PQ game for me would be P2 and P5 because there are like so many parallels and dynamics that are taken from like Innocence and an Eternal Punishment that are then flipped into P5. That it'd be interesting to see the characters interact with one another.
Yeah, we need something like that. I don't know if they will ever do this. You know, they will
I know
never.
that all of my fun ideas will never come true.
You know, maybe someday. I don't know. Spencer, what do you have in mind? Do you have anything to say about this?
Sort of in like a bit of a similar thing you guys are saying. If you guys have taken away from all of this and really enjoyed your experience or were kind of hoping for maybe something a little bit different, I just want to beat this dead horse a little bit longer, at least while we're at the end of this. If you guys enjoyed this and have still somehow not played Tokyo Mirage Sessions Encore, I cannot recommend that game enough because like these two games are very similar in different ways, but like they still complement each other in little like oddities. Whereas like I actually appreciate how much more, well, TMS is not the most like pretty game in the world. It knows its story. It knows like it's not the most crazy epic thing in the whole world, and it definitely is just like very like fun and light and just really really good to play. And for SMT elitists out there, it has a really really sweet Strange Journey costume that doesn't play terrible music like Alex's battle theme, so you can enjoy the Demonica armor without having to listen to really bad music and have to pay for DLC.
That's awesome.
I would really add in the costumes.
I played Tokyo Mirage Session twice already. I played it on the Switch and I played it original on the Wii U. In fact, I was one of those people that pre-ordered originally the game, thinking of SMT Fire Emblem crossover, because I also like Fire Emblem, even though I don't cover it as much in my channel because obviously Persona and stuff. I really like Fire Emblem a lot, so I was really looking forward to that game. When it came out, I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't like a lot of people that were disappointed. I just think that the idea of a SMT Fire Emblem game could have been implemented very different from what it was, and I'm totally fine with that. I think that the idea of this is almost like what will happen if Fire Emblem characters were in a Persona game. To me, that's how it plays out. That's how it feels like to me, and the story isn't bad at all. I think it's an interesting story. The characters are definitely, it has that touch on as far as like Fire Emblem and Atlas have excellent character development. They work on these games to develop these characters in a really deep way, and Fire Emblem isn't the odd one there. The characters are pretty interesting. It's a story that
Plus
kind
an
of
amazing soundtrack.
right. The
Like
soundtrack
all
is
the songs
really
are
good
great.
too, especially because you're talking about this is a game about idols making it in the idol world while doing whatever they're doing, fighting demons or whatever you want to call them in here. Um, and it plays out really good. I think that the game was out of the expectations for everybody, but I think it's definitely a good game. I don't know, I don't remember what I gave it. I think I gave it an 8 or a 9 out of 10. I think it's a really good game. Definitely had my own personal issues with it, but I definitely like the game. If you haven't played it already and you want Persona to Switch, play Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I think you'll be satisfied with it.
I can agree with that. I played both. I even went to Nintendo World because I have the luxury of living in New York City, so I was able to play a demo for it, like way back in 2015. And yeah, it's fun, but I think that what really held it back was that initial teaser trailer, where a lot of people were under the impression that it would be a direct crossover rather than just like a fusion or an amalgam crossover. And because it wasn't what people were expecting, that a lot of people wrote it off, and to their detriment, because it is a fun RPG and it is silly. Also, that's another thing, is that a lot of the character writing is just silly. I adore Barry Goodman because of how over the top he is as a character.
Yeah, that game is so interesting in many different aspects. David, have you played Tokyo Mirage Sessions yet? I know you talk about Nintendo Switch games in your channel, so I'm curious.
It's in the backlog. It's in the backlog. It's definitely.
I'm gonna need
definitely
you
out there.
once you beat Royal. No, sorry. Once you finally get 7 off of your thing, you're gonna bump that to the top of your backlog. If not for the fact that it is an RPG that respects your time. It is like 30 to 50 hours if you want to get everything done, and it does not like feel like a slog like most 100+ hour RPGs.
I'll definitely try, especially since I have it right here. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're coming out of Persona 5 Rojo, you'll definitely draw some parallels when it comes to kind of the gameplay and the style of it, because he has its own style, and I think that's what I respect this game for. It knows its style and he just runs with it. It doesn't shy away from his style. Like, he has its own pacing and its own type of thing, and it may not be for you, it may not be for everybody, but he owns it. What he goes for, he
Yeah, well,
really owns it.
The combat system, all of that seems pretty interesting. It's the story that I was a bit on the fence about. I've not tried it, I don't know, but from what I could see, I was like, I don't know. But I'll try it.
So
I'll try it for
I'll at
sure.
least say this, which is kind of a low key diss at P5. TMS came out originally in 2015 in Japan. That game's base animations for a 2015 Wii U game look better than most of the vanilla animations in 5. Like, that game's battle animations are super slick. Like, I never once turned off or did the fast forward through sessions. Like, every character's attack that leaps in, I always wanted to see it again and again and again.
Nice. Well, I'll definitely try that. You convinced me.
All right, guys.
I think that awkward silence means we finally have all run out of vocal talking.
Yeah,
jokes.
Yeah, I think we're good
we're
there.
about out of steam.
The chat keeps on going. They're still talking about ports and everything. I don't know if you guys want to say anything else. I think we talked about ports enough here.
I think we covered it.
Yeah. I think we're good here in all the stuff here. Was there anything else that you guys kind of wanted to say before we're logging out here?
Nope, I got it out of my system.
Yeah, I think I'm talked out on everything that I wanted to touch base. I literally have so many videos already recorded and written for, and I think everything that I didn't say on those videos I said it here, so I think I'm good here. Spencer, Skull, David, thank you so much for coming to the channel. It's pretty cool to have other people to talk to about Persona. Really appreciate you guys coming over and talking about it, because I really had a lot to talk about, and I mean 4.5 hours I think cover pretty much that.
Yeah.
No problem.
Well, thanks
Thank you
for
very
having
much.
us on, man.
Yeah,
Thanks for inviting me.
Alright guys, well thank you so much for watching over there in the chat. You guys have been really cool over there, staying active and commenting there, so we do appreciate that. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.